What's up, Wobblies? If there are any watching. Wobbly Rick's coming back to you more with some British Thunder. I probably should have called it Brit Thunder for British Thunder. But then again, that might actually copyright infringe on something that might actually be called British Thunder. And I might get sued for it, so it's better not to name it that. Wobbly thinks about the current status of the game. Right now, my current status is to identify whether or not if the game will maintain stable. My relative's trying to educate me and whatever, but I've seen Gaijin downplay certain things and then certain things disappear. So, I've seen my fair share of weird things. Will the game still be here? Maybe it will, maybe nothing will happen for those of you who are angry about the economy. So, the best thing I can state is this. Wobbly suggests that if you want to play it, play it. But the best thing I can tell you is this. Overall, it does come down to the developers, but developers also need to be able to take criticismic feedback from the fan base or its dedicated players. Feedback is necessary whenever it comes to games, so that way you know how successful you really are versus, over-infatuated or overly inflated reviews. Giving content creators the ability to have a content creator code in War Thunder and gives them 3% or whatever, or golden eagles every time somebody freaking buys or uses their code for the 3% discount. Sure, that gives them benefit and functionality for those of you who are actually wondering. Now, it's just cataclysmic. Anybody who's wondering about how things are going. Wobbly thinks and his current status. My current status on how I feel about War Thunder is that my relative's trying to educate me and tell me that War Thunder probably won't shut down. However, I've seen lots of game companies downplay that bullshit before they shoot the thing into a million pieces. Or worse, press the delete key, shutting down all servers. I personally want the game to continue to go, and I'm still going to play even when probably hundreds, if not thousands of people stop playing when that day comes. There are some content creators, whom of which have now redacted their statements about not playing the game. And many reasons why is probably because they're in an obligated contract. Those who are in obligated contracts can be affected and even have their accounts terminated. Once you become a content creator, your job is to advertise your code to play the game and create content strictly based on this singularity of the game. Content creators can make other game footage if they wanted to, but the reality is your contract states in the fine print, etc., etc., payback or whatever, termination of account. And then you can also be probably maybe even externally charged for any incentives that you've earned. So you could be charged for incentives as well as people who used your code to get discounts on that. The 3%, how many times the code has been used, might attribute to the amount of the value you may have to pay back. There's a bunch of things. Now some YouTubers are now redacting their statements, which I've learned. I won't say any names. Pokemon. Sorry, I'm looking at something else. But, yeah. Yeah, overall, some YouTubers have redacted their statements about not playing the game and are going to be playing the game. Now, whenever you get into any type of incentive or creditary program with Gaijin, you also need to remember it's like a written contract. There are obligations and things you must fulfill. If you decide to join in boycotts and other based materials, sacrifice whatever, they could come back at you and they could probably sue the living shit out of you. And that's probably why some of these content creators who have stated that they're gonna this, they're gonna that, are probably now redacting some of their statements because they don't want to find themselves in legal hot water. Because when you work for a company, you need to remember that you must obligate by all the rule sets that are given to you. If you decide to go against those rule sets and do on your own, or as you please, don't expect to receive any mercy in the court of law. That much I will state. A lot of people completely forget about that process. Wow, I got no cover from nobody. Look at that. I'm over here trying to freaking capture you fucking bloody Yanks, and you can't even cover me. Oh well. But what I'm getting at is this. The incentive ideal is that content creators are obligated by contractual means, meaning they're contracted, basically contractually obligated, to play the game and create content until a preset determined time. They could stop making content for War Thunder under health-based circumstances, which is necessary. You can't work a workhorse to death, because then at that point you're basically beating up Sonic for rings that aren't going to come out of him no more. I know how that method seems a little crude. And yes, that does seem like an extraordinarily crude way of placing it, but yeah, you can't beat up Sonic the Hedgehog for rings he doesn't have. Yeah. But what I'm getting at is this. A lot of people are redacting their statements about not playing War Thunder. Some people aren't. Me, I'm still going to keep playing it even on the day that they said it's going to be no War Thunder day. I'm still going to keep playing it even if it's Tank Assault, just to fill the empty void in my life. Because believe me that when I say empty void, I mean empty void. It's like devoid of human existence. The best way I can possibly put it. Yeah. Yeah. Die. Die. Kind of reminds me of that thing. What was it on Super Mario Bros. Z or freaking? And that's like an old YouTube video reference for anybody who's wondering. Super Mario Bros. Z, also known as SMBZ. That's the same sound effect that you hear from Metal Sonic just before he blows up Yoshi's Island with the Spirit Bomb. Is that before he does that? I forgot when, but I think it's before he kills Mario. I'm not entirely sure. It's sort of a confusing area. It's like a gray area for Wobbly to remember how much of the content of SMBZ was around at the time, but yeah, Wobbly remembers quite a bit. Jesus Christ, like personal Jesus over here. Oh crap, there's somebody right there? Oh snap, let me just go ahead and pop that goy again. Ah crap, I shot the stupid girder. Die, hamburger! Die, evil turkey, die! Yes, distract them, so that way the bombs could blow up on their face. Oh, come on, there's no way. Now you're just blowing these people. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and freaking... I'm gonna do this. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. And it's right here.
What are you doing, Gary? The race has started! You let Snelly take the lead! Let's go, Gary! Start moving! You're blowing everything we trained for!
There we go. Yeah, don't quote me on that, but yeah, that's like one of many scenes I consider to be funny. I had to literally go look up that meme manually for those of you who are wondering. Unfortunately, I do not have somebody to do quick references, so I can get hilarious crap on the fly. In fact, I don't even have a meme artist now that I think about it. Wobbly still has a lot of views on what's going on. Dorchester Thunder. Chester McBadbat. If you're Chester McBadbat, your dad certainly does not love you, because he traded you in for a baseball bat. Oh, really? Really? I'm that far away from it, bro. There's no way that happened. Screw off. This game is already trying to screw me over. You want to screw somebody over, go cry to Jesus, game. He's the only one who's going to give a Van Dam. Get it? No, you probably don't. I'd like to look at that. The M50 Ontos. That means 6 cannons. These are 6 recoilless rifles. Can you imagine being the poor bastard who has to sit in this piece of crap? As soon as you fire all of these cannons, and believe me, you could not fire them one at a time. That wasn't an option in real life. This vehicle was designed to literally shoot all 6 cannons, and not even simultaneously. You clicked once and it fired 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 all at once. Then the dummy in the back seat had to wait for the guy in the driver's seat to back the stupid thing up, so that way he could go in from the back of the vehicle, basically go out the back of the door of the vehicle, jump out, pull the ammunition out from the bottom, pop each and every one of these locks. And believe me, when you open up recoilless rifles, it's not that hard. All you do is grab that little knob right there, slide to the left, pull back, releases the latch, thing slides open, pull out the shell. Recoilless rifles use shells. Sometimes they're standardized RPGs, if you're wondering. Recoilless rifles use shelled ammunition, standardized RPG looking ammunition, and some recoilless rifles can actually hold special ammunition, which fires a special high explosive round or a special elongated extended rocket propelled grenade. And since I went to visit a relative in New Mexico, I've seen a recoilless rifle before, and the guys over there showed me the massive piece of munition that goes in a 106. And they said, this one right here is a standard ammunition. See the size? It's like, yeah, okay. Now, he showed me this other one, and he said, this right here is a special piece of ammunition. It was like the guy was holding a beer keg, because he said the projectile is still 106 millimeter projectile. However, the projectile that it was contained an extraordinarily long piece of ammunition, so it was a long missile. Still fire out the front of the recoilless rifle and still hit its initial target. However, because it was massive, it needed to have a secondary stand and something to hold the piece of ammunition up while it fired, so it was like a cage extension to the rear. This right here is how they look like standard function. Like, this is what a standard recoilless rifle looks like normally on a normal basis. But a actual recoilless rifle could devastate somebody if it had the expansion on it. So you're talking about complete destruction. I would say it would be a lot easier to do certain things, but unfortunately the reality behind it is astonishingly confusing, even for me. Personally, seeing a piece of ammunition that was that large and that freaking heavy, the guy told me to try to pick it up while I was in New Mexico, and I could not pick it up. I might have decent bench pressing skills in life, but that was a heavy ass projectile, especially when it was filled all the way. And that was just a piece of equipment that held the projectile. It was heavy as hell and needed a stand of its own. For those of you who want to visit one of the safest places in the world, besides what was it called? Cincinnati, supposedly one of the safest places in the world. But I personally wouldn't recommend you go to Cincinnati. Get it? It's a freaking Fairly Odd Parents reference. Cincinnati, but it's Cincinnati. I personally don't recommend you go to Cincinnati because everybody there works for the government practically. So if you're just a regular average Joe and you're committing crimes or doing something else, I implore you to completely avoid that place. If you're just trying to live a regular life. Living there, of course, will give you a standardized function of security and peace of mind. That is true. However, living there could also get you into hot water because the police there normally deal with military personnel. Military, Central Intelligence Agency, FBI, and numerous other types, including Secret Service. For those of you who live in the state of Texas, there are quite a few Secret Service members currently waltzing around. And that's a fact. They came here last week and they're still here. So whoever it is they're looking for, or whomever it is they're looking for, they certainly are looking for you very hard. So if you manage to garnish the attention of the Secret Service, well, congratulations. You made it on America's crap list. Don't talk to me, because I don't want none of that action. That's like trying to escape from Evangelion Neon Genesis and you're a human running from a humongous robot. You ain't making it. That's all I gotta say. You are not making it. These people are going to be pulling out the Mission Impossible stops on you. You're going to have to pull a Fast 6 or a Fast 5. You're going to be driving a muscle car and you're going to avoid a tank or something running from the Secret Service or something like that. So, whoever's a wanted suspect or subject in the United States that currently resides in the state of Texas, the Secret Service are here looking for you. And if you're fully aware of that, don't talk to regular people or don't stand next to them. The status of the game. My relative informs me that the game will not shut down. Which I hope that is the truth, because there's a lot of weird crap that goes on with game developers nowadays. Does anybody remember when Call of Duty said that the servers wouldn't shut down, and then the following few hours later, everyone was disconnected from the server? And then 3 days later, they posted server maintenance. So, I just hope that my estimations and my relatives' supposed research is accurate and that that is not some irrelevant post from Facebook in 2017. Again, there's a lot of things on the table here today. If you're wondering what I'm going on about, I know about what enters the state of Texas, or pretty much where a lot of individuals are at, and put it like this, I know where a lot of individuals are at in a short amount of time, and I don't need my computer to help me find that information out. Now that goes on an entirely different subject line. However, if you're wondering about the game status and most people who are angry about, you know, the economy, personally I didn't really notice some of the economical changes until I started noticing the bill for the, you know, I think it's a Panther P or something like that, really started to charge up the amount on losses. And that was when I started taking note. Holy crap, did you see that? That dude's head flew off. As for that, the status of the game is a mystery. If you want to join the other players who don't want to play War Thunder no more and they say they're boycotting the game or whatever, feel like joining them, then you could join them on what I think is the 26th of this month, and don't play it with them. I'm still going to be playing it because I've invested a little bit too much money into this game to just stop playing it. So, yeah. And no, I'm no credit card warrior. I just bought it because some of these things became a rare commodity that just didn't become available. Of course, the MI-24V is better than the MI-24D model, for anybody who's wondering. So, you're better off with the V model than you are with the D. However, the MI-24D limited run aircraft has, I guess, better premium bonuses. But I mostly did it because I was already a fan of the MI-24D Hind since I was a kid. I didn't really like the UH-1 Venoms or the Cobra series because, well, single engine, and as soon as you lose that, it kind of just goes down a toilet after that. And that's really more of a no-lie situation. I mean, I've literally had that before in an arcade battle. And I got hit with the engine literally only one time, and my entire vehicle became useless to me. It was a dumpster fire. So if you're wondering, yeah, that's the reason why I don't really mess around with the AH-1Z Zulu. You lose one engine, the next thing you know, your vehicle's a freaking lemon. Is this guy really here or is he not? I can't tell. No, I don't think he's here. He might have disconnected. Now, if you're wondering what Wobbly does for a living, Wobbly is a bottomless pit of information that is constantly updating. Thanks to computer intelligent AI function, Wobbly's brain cells are slowly, well, different from yours. So, I mean, you can assume that I'm going on randomly about crap, but it's really more or less about what's going on inside of my head, and the information just continues to update. It sort of floods the inside of my brain. I don't think that guy's here either. Maybe he disconnected from the server. Yeah, this guy had to disconnect from the server too. Oh no, I just got massive packet loss and I'm running around the map. Look at that. I got fat packet loss. Thank you, Gaijin. Anyways, Wobbly plays the game because Wobbly plays it. Sonic says, when it's Sonic sees. If you're wondering what Wobbly thinks for a living, don't ask too many questions because the inside of my head will make your head hurt. Some people think it's because of the unbridled amount of stupidity, but it's actually far worse than that. It goes so deep that it feels like going inside of a rabbit hole. Wow, thank you, packet loss. It's a total of 20%. Oh, thank God. Packet loss. You really fucked me on that one. Seriously, I'm looking at that packet loss and I'm getting sudden spikes of it when I get near these players. And I think it's literally those two tanks that glitched out and just have them sitting there like they're there, but they're not registering as dead. There goes again, another sudden spike of 16%. You saw that guy's turret twitch, right? Woo! I pooped on him. Hey, that's a nice hairdo. For me to poop on. Destroy them. Enemy deleted. At least I got 2 vengeance kills and I deleted somebody. Still, these packet losses are getting worse in the game. I wonder, are the services of this game are now under DDoS attack? There's only one way to find out. But before I do any of that garbo, Wobbly needs to run a check on his own game. Excuse me while I perform parameter check. Dear Steam, what I want for Christmas is a decent game. Get it? Yes. Okay. I need to re-verify some files associated with War Thunder, because every now and then those files break. I'm not gonna lie, that happens quite often with War Thunder nowadays. I end up with broken files that I can't fix. And even after I revalidate, check all the files for missing stuff, etc., I legit cannot fix some of these files and they end up broken. Like beyond repair. Even if the game reacquires brand new ones, they end up broken. So if you're wondering, yeah, that's essentially what it is. If you're wondering what Wobbly was doing during his time off where he wasn't playing any games at all, Wobbly was studying an educational test. Oh, the resolver cache needed to be fleshed out anyways. After every 48 hours of data compiling and staying hooked into the network, it sure does wear on my brain. Even when I sleep, I'm still consciously searching data and just filling my brain. So it's more like sleep studying. Sometimes I get headaches and sometimes I get nosebleeds when I study. And believe it or not, I actually sat at my computer for 3 days in a row, studying and studying and studying, gathering data, studying the algorithm, gathering more data. It's constantly evolving. But I got a nosebleed, and that's what snapped me out of it, because it was all over my shirt, which ruined a standard white t-shirt. Definitely ruined it, because it was covered in it. Does Wobbly go outside and touch the grass? The answer is yes. I might actually change what I'm playing to, because this would be like the 3rd time I've had to revalidate files inside of the game because they're breaking. And when I say files are breaking, I mean UI wise. Burger Bun Bastard. That's a really, really, really complicated name for my brain. It almost made me say a curse word. I gave that name a 10 out of 10. Would recommend. If you guys want to sub to a channel, sub to Burger Bun Bastard. Burger Bun Bastard. Sub to them. Wobbly can't see chat properly because chat's broken. So I don't know how many people are here. I know thanks to YouTube servers constantly breaking whenever I do run a live stream. So I can never really tell if there actually is somebody in chat or somebody in existence. It'll always say there's one person there, but the reality is that one person could be literally nobody. Let's see. Do-do-do-do-do. Chat rate 0, 5 views. Says I got one happy person watching. Would pop out chat, but I don't know how that's gonna work. I'm not sure if that'll break the tab. Could watch Escaping the Backrooms in the halftime. Oh. Okay, it reacquired 7 files. I don't know what 7 files those were. The movie 7 Deadly Sins. For anyone wanting to know about the new upcoming update and what it features for Israel, the Magak Hydra experimental issue medium tank equipped with Hydra rocket pods, going to clear the battlefield in the upcoming LA Royal update. I'm not sure if this is going to be on the standard tech tree. There's a pretty good chance that this will be a premium tank. The Magak 6 Hydra rocket. So if you're hoping that it wouldn't be, it might be. In fact, a few tanks might become premium in the next update, so you know, be aware there could be some premium tanks appearing with no advertisement in sight. We'll see what's in the next update. I was originally grinding to try to get the MiG-29, but when I realized how many fat airplanes that are going to waste my time I have to go through, I kind of just stopped with the whole aerial grinding scene for aircraft. Because when I say it's a huge fat waste of human life and time, I mean it really was. Because I was not making any I'm not making any literal advancements in that category. We're not doing naval realistic, we're doing some arcade. I hope nobody was talking to me or banging on my door demanding some crap from me again. Excuse me. Now to get Wobbly back into the action and into the fray. Well, I should name this to Wobbly Does Garbage or Wobbly Plays Garbage. Or Wobbly is Garbage. Who knows? We'll find one that fits. Oh man, I wonder what the DB7 is. Is this an attacker? Oh, I guess it is. When the hell did I get this? Wow, that reload. Boy, I am traveling so fast. Oh, look at that super speed. I got 4 machine guns on the front. How lucky am I? Mostly with that medley. The open window maniac. SpongeBob. Yeah. What was I doing? Did I just break somebody else's airplane? Really? You dropped the last one far away from the main objective. The main objective, you elephant, was to blow up all his SPAA. What is wrong with this plane? Oh, here comes the I-153. How about 4 guns versus 4 guns? Oh no, he killed my front gunner. Whatever shall I do? For Tilly Mayu? ¿Qué vamos a hacer ahora, Juan? Pelear como hombres. Do. Wobbly goes on about what he studies and what he does. Wobbly studies tacos.
We've captured the airfield. Now we've got to hold it.
Wow, how'd I blow up a bunch of people behind me? What'd I do?
We can't let them keep it.
Oh, really? That guy literally went and chased me this far, huh? Are those new slacks? Yeah. Like Wobbly's a mad dog and hot dog something. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, these evil turkeys killed me! Oh, thank God this thing has a heavy hull. It didn't explode. At least these guys get to keep the experience and the traumatizing sound effects of being shot at by thousands of guns. How many people did I blow up already? 16 ground targets and 4 people. That's good enough for me.
We've captured the airfield. Now we need to hold it. The enemy is winning.
Boy, Wobbly sure is going ham on these people. And Wobbly doesn't even like ham. I don't think this is a very good airplane, but I do remember taking this into higher BRs.
The enemy has captured the airfield. We need to act and fast.
If you want to join Wobbly or help Wobbly grind for the freaking aerial vehicles in the British tech tree, help Wobbly today. Support a Wobbly today. Remember, nobody loves you more than Wobbly. You know, Wobbly's your neighborhood homeless. Wobbly thingy. Oh, I think it's the back that's got 50 cals. Is it? Yeah, it's the rear that's got the 50 caliber machine guns. And at 1.3 BR, battle rating 1.3, Wobbly gets 50 caliber access. What else will they give Wobbly next? Oh no! They killed Wobbly's gunner! Evil turkeys! Bad evil turkeys! Bad! No! Bad evil turkeys! Those fatheads blow up my plane. She scares the filling out of my donut. How many guns is that? Is that 8 plus 2? No, it's just 8. Too bad I don't have any skills into this particular airplane tree. Right now, Wobbly's running on low fuel and low brain power. So Wobbly drank some coffee to increase the speed. No idea how that worked. I'm usually very terrible with this. But apparently it works. Whoa, that guy's 20 mils would have torn through my cheeks. I won't let that slide. This is Hacksaw Ridge. And I got the saw. Annihilate. Jesus Christ, you guys are so close together you're gonna smash into each other by accident. If you continue to attack your allies, you'll be returned to the main menu. Well, tell that to him. He got in the way of all the bullets. Oh, it's like I broke his propellers. Ooh, I got the Thunder Award. I must be special. Special ed. I hope all the BS is going on in the background can't be heard because goddamn, I could hear it inside of my own fucking hat. And by hat, I mean in this little headset I'm wearing. I'm sorry if people could hear the screaming and yelling in the background. Ooh, they got one with more machine guns? Well, I got a compressor. Let's get new machine guns. Soon to be facing against a new enemy, the new Wobbly naval guns. Oh, that's what a DB7 is. I guess I got it for free at some point. I know I didn't buy anything on here. I know I got that from something. There was something else that I got in here, but where is it? It's not just these two airplanes right here, the DB-7 and the Viewfighter Mark 1. I got something else that was on here. It might have been on a German check tree. Sorry, I'm really Sam Yo. Officially. Sorry, my brain isn't working again. This is one of the ones that I got too. I got this one as well. I didn't buy none of these, and that's the crazy part. But I have them. Oh yeah, this one right here. This was actually one of my favorite little tanks. This is one of the reasons why I was beating up all the freaking, you know, the British tech tree and everything. This one right here really helped me destroy rank 1 and get through most of rank 2. In fact, if it wasn't for that tiny little tank right here, I would have never have gotten to rank 3. The Matilda is also another favorite tank of mine, including this one right here, the armored car, the Daimler Mark II, and the Tetrarch. These two are really good. Speed-wise, they outclass the Stuart 1 and Stuart 3. The A13s and the A13 Mark 1s are okay, but the Crusaders are really good. And the ones that you want would be the ones with the 57 QQF Mark III 6-pounder cannon. Decent ammunition. The Cromwell, it's also a nice one, but the better one is the 57mm version versus the 75 QQF Mark V. The 75 on that one really needs a lot of work if you really want to get through people. The Valentine, if you know how to play this tank, you're going to enjoy it. If you don't, you're really going to hate it, because the Valentine was terrible with its first variation, but good at its BR when it's facing anything below it. This one right here, with its QQF Mark V cannon, 75mm, it's alright, but it's not going to do the job. The 57mm variation will always do the job. The Churchill Mark I, or Churchill Mark IV infantry fighting tank. This one right here is one of many vehicles that a lot of people had liked originally. Personally, I didn't know how to destroy this vehicle for about a year. Even after studying the vehicle and studying how it functions and everything, I wasn't able to defeat this for an entirety of one whole year. I just had no clue how to. I just knew that if I saw it, I turned my tank around and I ran away, because for some reason when I shot at it with based ammunition that I had at the time, the ammunition that I was working with, it wasn't going through the sides, not even if it was coming at it flat on the sides, and it wasn't going through the vehicle from the front, and I had a problem trying to get through the rear of the turret. So I had a really rough time. The Churchill 3, I'm sort of saddened that I got past the Churchill 3, because the Churchill 3 features the 57, which gives you the 137mm or 132 with its Mark 9 shot, where the Churchill VII doesn't feature a 57mm matchstick cannon, and you have the M61 75mm QQF Mark V, which really isn't that great. It lacks firepower, so the Churchill VII was terrible. But I am working for the Charioteer Mark VII, and this one right here, although it's light armor all around, it's literally a 30-ton war machine, but the light armor makes up for it with its shot Mark III. At 384mm of armor pen, this APDS round will carry you through the ranks all the way up past the FV4202, which the FV4202 is another vehicle I want to get my hands on, because this thing just straight up looks like a race car. That's one of the reasons why I want the FV4202. I want the race car tank. It doesn't go any faster than literally 22 if you get lucky. But, you know, I want the race car tank. And look, shot Mark III. 83 and a fourth, or 83.4mm cannon. It's got a machine gun marked on top for some reason. In fact, when I first faced this thing, I kept shooting for this thing because for some reason it would just pop the tank open like Lego juice or something like that. Not Lego juice. It would pop it open like popcorn in a bag, and it would just pop from the top as long as you hit that machine gunner's port with the IS-2. This tank can still compete even at higher BRs. 384 millimeters of armor pen is more than the Leopard 1. This thing has better firepower than the Leopard 1. Armor dimension wise, it's a little lackluster, but slightly better than the Leopard 1. But another one that I want is right here. The FV-4005. I call it Bigfoot. Mostly because of the large cannon. Even though this massive cannon ordnance you see on top of this tank was actually intended on a battleship. So it's very likely they just grabbed a cannon off of the battleship, trimmed off quite a lot of it, switched out the ammunition that it was originally designed with, and decided to leave it like that. Because I'm pretty sure this gun was originally intended for a battleship. I mean, if you look at the ridiculous size of that freaking turret, it's actually really huge and super spacious in real life. And if you're a small person, this is the definition of spacious. But the point is, it's one of the world's weirdest things. Like this one right here, the AVRE. The Centurion Mark V AVRE, this one right here, was originally designed to destroy buildings. They called it a demolition charge projector because it was firing nothing but HESH shells, just like the FV-4202 or whatever the thing's called, the FV-4005. Fired the same thing, except for the Centurion Mark V AVRE was actually used in combat zones to destroy buildings and to clear rubble. Its massive ordnance charge allowed it to destroy things and to practically powderize concrete buildings into dust. So you're talking about pounding a building into absolutely oblivion. Would I want to face that monstrosity? The answer is no. I would not. If I saw a vehicle like that rolling over the horizon, I'd start running because I know what it does. And I know the amount of damage it could do. In a short amount of time, a literal freaking 8-inch thick concrete wall you're standing behind, as soon as it gets hit with a high explosive squash warhead shell, all of that freaking 8-inch thick concrete you were hiding behind is just going to get completely obliterated. And even if you survive the first initial blow of the explosion, all that pieces of fragment of concrete and rebar are going to fly at you like 1,000 bullets, and you're going to slowly bleed to death. So if you were hoping for a happy ending after that thing comes plowing through a wall, no. You're going to be in really, really critically bad shape, and even if you are a non-combatant, odds of you getting treatment before you pass on to the next life are really low. Because once you get hit with a freaking charge like that, I mean, you're just like a Kool-Aid pack with thousands of needle holes poked into it. And just dropping Kool-Aid everywhere. And there have been unfortunate people, when the AVRE was actually used, who were behind concrete walls hiding from, well, insurgents. I'm not going to say the T word because there might be some kind of weird thing that goes behind it. But point is, the insurgents that people were hiding from, you know, these people were mistaken as insurgents themselves. And, well, some people were practically annihilated. Some survived, some didn't. The ones that did can count themselves extraordinarily lucky, because to survive a blast from the AVRE is like surviving hellfire. It's not a good thing. Even though you survived, you're on a ticking clock. And the clock starts ticking once you're there on the floor, either gasping for air or slowly crawling away with your legs broken or arms practically mangled from all the debris. So, in perspective, if you survive, don't say thank you to Jesus Christ because you're in a world of torment after that. And the best thing you could hope for is for the soldiers to mercy kill you if they manage to find you under the rubble. If they realize you're a non-combatant, you're better off asking for a mercy kill. Because even if you survive, your face will be completely ripped apart and mangled. Your body will be pretty much warped. And even if you do recover, your entire stature of how you stand, how you walk would have been completely and utterly permanently altered beyond repair. So you'd literally just be screwed. Like, that's it. That's the end of the road. You could hope for a better outcome, but the odds are that it's just not happening. Imagine if flying under your bomb actually caused some side effects like breaking your props, or because you hit a 500 kilogram explosive which has the mass of 123 kg and you hit that thing and it actually broke your wing. Imagine that. If that's how it worked in the next update. I personally do enjoy flying the British airplanes because they're pretty cool looking. Some of them are so advanced for such a low BR that it's like amazing how they're still in the game. Some of them at a low BR with the amount of firepower they have are sort of overpowered to me. So, I don't know, it's like being British Jesus but in an airplane. However, the trigger function for me dropping the bombs could be a little more responsive because sometimes they drop sort of late after I push the button. So it's like a 2 or 3 second delay between drops. Hankel 111H. Those are pretty decent aircraft. Close enough to cause base damage. Good enough for me. The inside of Wobbly's brains are currently Kool-Aid right now. If you have any questions for Wobbly, they might not get answered in a timely fashion. Or in this case, in a logical fashion. I might give you a riddle. For all you know, I'm the Riddler. Riddle me this, Batman. Oh man. That reminds me, I'm watching the Batman. If you don't know what the Batman is, it was originally what's it called? It was originally released on Kids WB, an old TV network that probably isn't even remotely available to those of you who are younger. But it's known as the CW33 nowadays. And this is where they play all their spin-off TV shows from the DC universe. You know, like Smallville, Superman. There's this TV show that's supposedly about Batman. There's The Flash. So if you've seen The Flash and all that stuff, then you're definitely a part of the DC universe. And stuff like that. And there's been a TV show about, apparently, I think it's Batman or something. I forgot what it was, but point is, there's a couple of shows about certain things and certain DC characters and stuff like that. And they get their own, like, TV shows. Would I recommend people watch The Flash? It was alright. I've seen it. It's been pretty good. I have no complaints about it. It lives up to some of the Flash standards. So if you're a fan of CW33, then that's pretty much where you'll find all the DC content. Until the CW33 no longer allows them to play the DC content, or DC decides to go ahead and pull their contract with them. So it's entirely up to them. Oh, that viewfighter's coming for me, isn't he? Yep, looks like it's time to go higher. Wobbly begins his slow climb to the top. I'm not going to go after British top tier because I don't know how to use any of their jets properly. And I will likely smash into a mountain like I did 60% of the time on the Russian top tier. If there was a death counter for every time I played the USSR or Russia's top tier jets, the death counter would indicate that I've crashed into mountain tops about 64 times. I've crashed into the floor about 223 times, trying to run away from other or faster, agile predators of the sky. So, pretty rough lingo for Wobbly. Oh, for a second there, I thought I said I hit him. I was like, really? I got him? We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Get it? Come on, dude. You can do it. I need to get him off of him. Well, I did what I could. Unfortunately, it didn't really do much. But I did manage to put a few holes into him, so that's good enough. At least the guy used to drop his last set of bombs. Oh, what's that? Oh, Mr. Superman not here. It's alright, Superman's not here, buddy. Holy crap, Bill. They're shooting at us. Yeah. Ew. Gotta let it wear. Pendejo's a tryhard. Man, you see that BS? I might have to go poop on him and his family. Oh god, there won't even be enough toilet paper to clean them off. Let's go, British airplane. Go poop on him. Ooh, there's a tasty, juicy steak in the sky. It's called a PBY. I don't know what PBY stands for, and I don't understand where there's those little vents on this muffler. What was that supposed to do for the engine? Help it breathe? Ventilate? Filter? What? Come on, chubby fighter, Mark XI or whatever you're called. Beef fighter. We'll call it the beef fighter, or beef hunter. Come Come on, make it there. I want this juicy PBY. I'm going to throw up all over him. Like that one girl did to that kid in class whenever I was in 2nd grade. Oh, come on. He did not get that. Don't you try to rip me off, dude. This isn't Puerto Rico. Well, looks like I'm almost done with the Beaufort. Once I'm done, the Beaufort can go in the trash. Oh, I guess I am done with this thing. The Bellenheim Mark V. Hurricane Mark II Tropic Thunder. Ooh. Today Wobbly took his numerous coins to the store. Bought something to eat. And I ate once today. Now all I have is, I think it's 23 cents or 17 cents and €1 in an American dollar. Wow, chat keeps breaking. Well, YouTube really hates my chat preferences, even though this is not a kid-friendly channel. What do I have to say? The P word? The B word? Do I have to have a streamline of curse words in 40 seconds in conjunction or something for it to stop trying to disable chat? Welcome to Club Penguin. Does anybody actually remember Club Penguin? If you do remember Club Penguin, then you definitely have played the game before. It was pretty cool. Is it Pengu who goes newt newt? Ooh, my guy almost passed out from all the farts he was breathing in that mask of his inside of the airplane. How is this guy shooting from the back of this airplane? I thought I didn't have a gun shooting in the back. There's not enough boomsticks in the boomstick boom hole. Club Pengu. Back off, orangutans. You won't get it from here. You won't get the spicy duck sauce chicken. Damn it. Amenasai. Oh, genke desu kai. Onishigaishimasu. Welcome. Hello to Wobbly Stream. The inside of Wobbly's brains feel like a cooked Pop-Tart right now. If you know what a Pop-Tart is, then you know sometimes they're actually rotten inside of the box, meaning they got mold. Moldy Pop-Tarts. Yeah, that's a thing. I have no idea why I did that. Before you ask, no, I don't know. Boy, these planes are falling apart like gravy. Oh well. Time to do the view for it. We're gonna go after those juicy battleships on the far left. Yeah, this is the largest bomb I have available. Wow, I'm only gonna get 74 millimeters of armor penetration on that. That's kind of sad. Well, at least he's got a 50 cal in the back. I can imagine I'm doing some damage on these light cruisers. Look, it's the F-2A Buffalo. About 5 miles that way. If you wonder why many countries have a regulation where you have to have 20/20 vision or vision correcting lenses that don't glare when becoming a pilot or even flying, period, it's because you need to be able to see objects within at least 2 miles of your visibility radius. If you're flying at 0 visibility when you're a pilot, it's best to fly slower and rely on radar and instruments to provide you the necessary systems for flying. In society today, flying analog-based aircraft in low visibility situations is what they say. I guess you can get in trouble or go to jail for it if you're flying with, no physical radar. Most aircrafts need to be equipped with radar nowadays, so that way you can fly by instrument. If you're flying by instrument at low altitudes where civilian planes operate, then you can fly a much older aircraft, but it has to be a civilian level. But you can't fly at a level where overly complicated, more advanced, and expensive aircraft fly on analog instruments. Unless it's a completely clear day and there's full visibility in the sky. No sign of weather pattern changes or abrupt changes in weather that cause blinding or anything like that. So you need to have full 360 vision from all viewing angles, including from the rear, the front, and sides. In fact, the FAA regulation with flying has actually gotten a lot stricter over the last few years. They were already strict from the very beginning, since, the end of World War II. Because, they didn't want people just flying around in old war machines and stuff like that. I can't tell what kind of battleships those are, so I assume they're like Skarnhorsts or something like that. They say light cruisers or something. So let's go ahead and get a closer look at these guys. They look like German battleships based on the colors that they're painted. Let's look at our low quality battleships. Yeah, they look like German class battleships based on that paint job alone. Oh snap. Almost crashed into one of these low polygon models. The jagged edges might break one of my props. But then again, they both look like they're German battleships. Just based on the paint scheme. Boop, boop. Well, that did some damage, but not enough. fact, if I completely destroyed or even blew up the front of that boat, it should have at least taken out the control center. What's that thing called? They should have taken out the superstructure on the not on the aircraft, but on the ship. I forgot what they call it. It's not the control center, there's a more complicated name for it. If anybody knows what that is, let me know in the comments. Ooh, I think I got the last upgrade for it. Yay. That was when I was just flying, right? Okay. I know the other ones don't offer me any better type of destruction, but yeah, it's better than nothing. A DB7. I forgot how ridiculous this thing was. The Douglas DB7B3 model. So I think it was called McDonnell Douglas, if I'm not mistaken. McDonald's. If you like watching Vanos Gaming, the Gaming Terrorizer, and numerous other people who are associated with them, like Dahi Denogla, I am Wildcat, H2O Delirious, and Louie, believe me, Louie is actually a part of the merch line, for those of you who are wondering. And a limited running Ron merch is actually being there. Your content creator guy or individual, or maybe even friend if you know Evan Fong personally, is also indulging in quite possibly opening up a chain of restaurants under the name Ron. It's a bit ridiculous when you break it down, but to each their own, right? I say good for him if it works out. Is that a machine gun turret? Yeah, that is. My only question is, how the hell does he intend to shoot anyone? Because if he's a gunner, then if he's looking this way, then how the hell is he going to see everything behind him? That's the confusing part. Boy, whoever came up with the gunner design for this system probably wasn't very intelligent. And thought the guy was going to be poking his head from right here to look behind him to see who's behind him, when he needs to look under him since the gun angles downward. A lot of brain cells there. Alright, back to the arcade. Oh, I wonder what's going to happen. Will War Thunder still be here? The world will never know. Anyways, if War Thunder does cease to function or no longer be here, I wouldn't really be surprised. I'll just have to find another game to play. Which for a while I actually didn't play War Thunder, but mostly because there was hardware issues with my PC at the time. And it turns out my processor wasn't compatible with Windows 10. So some 12th gen operating processors may not be entirely substantially compatible hardware-wise with Windows 10. So that's 12th generation Intel, for anyone who's wondering. Some 12th gen Intel processors have hardware compatibility issues with Windows 10 operating systems. And for me, in my case, I was having a substantial amount of hardware issues with Windows 10. And all kind of boiled down with the whole process ending up inside of like core program files and stuff like that. And I wasn't expecting it to break down like that, but it did. So, you know, if you were wondering, yeah, I wasn't expecting it to break down like that. I ended up without a computer for a while because it just wasn't compatible. I previously had 7th generation Intel processing units inside of my CPU area, but I ended up winning some weird little contest sometime last year or the year before last year, I can't remember. And I won their 12th gen Intel processor or whatever for free. I was hoping for a processor because the generalized function was that I was literally out of a computer. I created content frequently with my 7th gen Intel i7 that had like 8 cores or something like that. It was a really good Intel processor for an i7, and games ran pretty smoothly. It was like butter. But once it started having hardware issues because Windows 10 kept constantly breaking with every SATA update they kept releasing with Windows 10, it ended up causing substantial issues to the point where my computer just stopped working. I missed out on some of the update hype and quite a few things involving the Battle Pass, and on one Battle Pass that I paid for due to a substantial issue with my computer, I lost out entirely on the Battle Pass, and I didn't get the freaking airplane, or I think it was a tank. I forgot what it was. But last year I lost out on that Battle Pass item after dishing out money for it. So I lost out big because I didn't get to get it. And I was only like 2 more to go. So I only needed like 20 more Battle Pass points or whatever to get it. And I completely lost out on it because the computer broke down. It was like the funny part is that it happened shortly after I assembled my older brother's computer, completely built it for him, set it up, and 2 weeks before Christmas it dies. Right in the middle of a recording session, now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna turn around and drop bombs on him just for the hell of it. And let's poop on you. I was kind of hoping to do it before, but unfortunately I wasn't reloaded. Yay, wipe them out. Leave none of them here. Wow, you thirsty BF 109. Back off. Oh yeah? I threw the brake. Oh, thank God it crashed into somebody or something. But yeah, it was a bummer because I lost out on the main prize of the freaking battle pass, and like whenever my shit broke down. So essentially that was rather annoying. I also had hardware issues where it actually ended up out of commission for 3 months because the computer had a hardware issue because Windows was broken altogether. So it failed to display. Even though the graphics card was examined, checked by a professional, there was nothing wrong with the GPU. And the motherboard checked out fine. And I ended up restarting my computer from scratch. I lost a lot of footage. And you're talking about recording like, and I'm going to quote unquote state it, I recorded approximately 267 gigabytes of footage that I was just going to upload, just like in raw footage. It was a lot of War Thunder gameplay that covered my grind throughout the British tech tree and a lot of stuff like that. And I lost out big time whenever the computer broke down. So that was a bit aggravating, to be honest. And it was just like, it literally covered most of my British tech tree grinding. And because I had it recording at a much lower, recording value, so the recording value essentially was much lower than the quality I'm recording at now with it, which was 1080p, but the recording value at that time was either 480p or 720p recording quality. And it covered most of my grind throughout the entirety of the Fury series and everything, and through here, it covered most of this grind from point A to point B. It covered most of the tier 1 grind through here, and it also covered most of the tank grind from rank 1, 2, and up to where I was at 3, which is where I stopped because I decided to grind the other tech trees. Because I lost all that footage, I was completely discouraged on ever grinding the lower tiers of really anything with the British tech tree, including its aviation. You're talking about, and when it comes to footage and quality wise, you're talking about literally, I think it was like almost 80 hours of footage just down the drain. And it just like really drained me when my computer broke down. None of that footage survived because it was all corrupt. So essentially, I am satisfied I upgraded to another version of Windows. I am dissatisfied, discouraged, distraught, and I was completely drained. I stopped playing War Thunder for a while because of that. It just, when I say it killed me on the inside, I literally mean it actually killed me on the inside to lose all that progress. I felt defeated to lose all that footage because I went through a lot of crap to get it, and then I just up and lose it because of one Windows update. It just ruins the whole thing. And that was just like utter defeat for me. I was mostly devastated. I was mad when I finally recovered my PC and got it working right. I was mad, angry. The stages of grief, along with crying, because that's normal, I guess. But I was mostly angry. I felt like beating up my computer like a complete savage Neanderthal with a stick beating the crap out of a metal case. Oh man, I felt like beating up my computer like it was Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Or like that level in Street Fighter, whenever you play the classic Street Fighter console version, not console version, but arcade version, you're beating up the Honda that's inside the parking lot. I believe it's a Honda or a Toyota. I forgot what it was, but I literally felt like beating it up like it was legit, that all wrapped in one, because that was just like an incredible amount of time, a lot of data, and a lot of footage that was like, in total, I edited it up to like 50% of all that footage was edited out of 80 hours of footage. And the editing took, and I'm not gonna lie to you, when it came to me editing at that time, I wanted to edit it to try to see what it was like, what edited content worked out. And I spent a gruesome amount of time within a total of almost 2 days, like 2 days straight of editing. It was like almost 2 days. It was like 24 plus 12 hours. It's like 36 hours of editing or whatever. And I wanted to just get it all there and upload it and everything, and then that happens. So, when I say utter defeat, I mean utter defeat. So, yeah. If you're wondering why I don't edit my footage, well, there's your answer. Losing all that footage pretty much killed everything in my heart, my soul. it destroyed me. 80 hours of footage in a toilet can really cause like some serious problems with life and an incredible amount of stress. So, personally, you know, if you're wondering why I don't like edit, that's exactly why I don't edit no more. I just upload the raw VOD, and it's just better to just upload the raw footage anyways, because it'll save me time on editing, and if some kind of hardware issue emerges, you know, I won't have a lack of content. I would have had already uploaded it. So, you know, I have like nothing to really worry about after that. And that would essentially be the good part, is that I won't have to worry too much about anything. What is this? Left control. Holy crap. So the J4 is going to throw everything over there. Ooh, look at that. Just taking a fat dump on that T55AM1. The only perk this vehicle has is, and I quote unquote will tell you, the only perk that you're going to get with T55AM1 is good resistance to chemical munitions and resistance to some heat warheads. Not all heat explosives are the vehicle is resistant to, so keep that in mind. It's not a cure-all, so it'll only mediate or accommodate for certain weapon types. So if you're hoping that it would make your tank invincible, no. Like those panels, like the external armor or external composite screens and stuff like that, those can be blown off and they will no longer be effective. So if you're hoping for them to last long, they're only as good as long as they're attached to the vehicle. The ups about the T55AM1 is the extra added armor, which gives you a better, you know, T55 experience. Now, if you're looking for a hard-to-kill system on a T55, the AMD-1, it would be your guy. However, the AMD-1 is slightly heavier because of the equipment that was added to it, so it slows it down a bit. Slightly slower than the original, so I'll let you know that now. How is he shooting me after I can't even get a view on him? Yeah, obviously, Adolf, the commander, obviously didn't survive getting shot in the face with a 30mm gun. I don't think anybody would be the same after that. You have to iterate that to me, game. I know he's out of commission. Oh, I just realized my team's getting beat up. Wow, that must really be doing poorly. I'm gonna get blown up as soon as I come around this corner.
We are losing.
Boing! Now to get the driver, which I think he's in the back. Yeah, that works. Oops, almost out of him.
Attention to the map.
Come on, Crash Dummy, I know you're there. Poke out for Wobbly. God damn it. The building got in the way. Hear that? I really wasn't paying attention. It's kind of hard to tell with thermals. Oh look, it's the GMC owned version of it. That's a collectible. The Xbox One exclusive GMC version of the XM1. Known as the XM1 Chrysler model. Because, you know, it's made by the Chrysler company versus the GMC's XM1, which is the one they sell for PC. So if you're an Xbox player, you'll have access to the Chrysler version, which is also owned by the General Motors company. For anybody who happens to not know too much about Chrysler and GMC related criteria. The companies are essentially the same company, they just had different ideas from the branches that they share. Just different opinions on how a battle tank should look. Like the XM1 you see right here, that right there is a General Motors company's version of it. The Chrysler one still seems to be around. That's another General Motor Company version of it. I better get lost. Okay. Boop. There's the AMD one. Just took out the gunner and crew system. And that'll blow up the ammunition. Yeah, he's gonna blow me up. He went through all that trouble just to get shitty God mode. I'm not taking any of those TOW 2Bs, although they would come in handy. But, yeah, I might as well just take them. I want to poop on that guy. Just so I can crap on him. I'll make him feel like he's the only one. Loser. Look at that, my own teammate just stood there not doing his job. He's been parked there since the beginning of the damn game. No way I'm going back in with China. Are you fucking crazy? I didn't make no money there. That was a big old fat L. Look at that. For those of you who know, there's a 225-meter margin of error when using this thing on leveled ground. this thing, since it sits at this position, it's already aiming at 725 meters. So if you're going to shoot at somebody, be 725 meters away from them, because the odds of you actually hitting anything that you want to hit is literally low if they're in close range. Yeah, I'll show it to you for anybody who doesn't know. We're going to find ourselves some nice leveled ground. Is that target way over there? That's the Ferdinand. That thing is approximately 800 meters from me. Tiger H. So let's say I line it up right there. Oh, actually, that should be 900 meters from me then. So it's a little bit different. But let's go ahead and change that. I'm going to go ahead and go at 900 meters being the total right here. We're going to target the Ferdinand way off in the distance. Boost up to 1,000. It's already a hit. 1,025 meters.
It serves him right.
1,050 meters.
On target.
Slightly over. Slightly over. See that? The current setting for this is 1,025, so that target sits at 1,030 meters, but it sits at 1.9 kilometers, which is 1,190 meters from me. So it's like a 225 or 275 meter error, or margin of error on leveled land. I literally have it written here because I was doing a little bit of studying. Now, when you actually get the gun leveled out and stuff like that, there will be no margin of error. But because it's right there, it's literally within range, so if I dump all those on it, odds are one will likely hit or none will hit at all. I want to send as many as I can down range.
It serves him right.
Look at that, I'm shooting over it. It's like it might be even higher, the margin of error. And this is leveled ground, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and dump it immediately since it takes forever to reload. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I'm not aiming for that vehicle because I'm never gonna hit it. We'll put it at 975. There you go, 975 meters. How much of a margin of error was that? If the target sits at 1,200 meters from me, that's 1.2 kilometers range. Now, since I shot it at 975, that is 225 meter margin of error. Wow, so I guess that sticky note was correct. I should have just aimed at negative 225. So every one of your targets are going to be 225 meters on a negative margin of error. So it's always going to be negative 225. So if you ever have this, which I know some of you grinded for this vehicle, if you have this in your inventory, you would want to subtract 225 meters from the initial target zone, so that way you could hit something at 1.2 kilometers away. Let's send everything we got down the rocket range. So, do you understand? There you go. The BM-31 in a nutshell. Margin of error is 225 meters all the time. If I lower down the meter range and everything, and I decide to drive into this pit hole, which is like I think a 20-degree incline going downwards, I can shoot at this guy from right here. The dude's like only 80 meters from me or less. So if I gave it a 100-meter mark, after a reload, it would probably fly over. Yep, that's 100 meters. And this right here is directly at 0. This is 50. And this right here should be 80. This guy sits at 200 meters. Exact. Hit right on top. This guy sits at 380, so it should be right here. And with the lower glacis, it should hit. We'll put the margin of error right here. Look at that. Then 780. Put it right there. Bump up a little bit. And this will be the last rocket I lob. So either way, that literally tells you what you need to know about that. So, if you do have the BM-31x12, you gotta subtract 225 meters on a flat surface from your initial target. And that's only if you use this vehicle. If you want something that's gonna guarantee that you hit your target, you're better off with this version of it. Although the explosive mass and penetration power is only 40 millimeters, you could do a lot with 40. I think this one sits down more flat than the other one, if I wasn't mistaken. Yeah, look at that. It sits down flatter than the original. How far do these rockets go? Flies over this thing. This one sits at 800. You can still hit it and deal enough damage with it. And there you go. To use the Cartusia systems like the BM-13N, the BM-31x12, like, do you think this is the largest one you're ever going to get in the game? I'm going to tell you this now. This 300mm rocket launcher actually has a much bigger brother. And if I wasn't mistaken, the largest Cartusia rocket launcher that was ever created was a 480mm rocket battery system. Can you imagine firing that? 480 millimeters, and you're packing the same charge power, like the same high explosive firepower of battleship packs. if not greater. And this one right here, the BM-824. That one has 24. This one down here contains 16 rockets because it's a much higher quality. And these are the 82mm M8 rockets. These are anti-personnel rockets. This is mounted onto the T-60 chassis. At some point I apparently owned it, and now I no longer own it. So I don't know what happened. But this would probably be the only one that you could really aim. But due to its low penetration power, these things mostly fires armor-piercing rockets. Because I don't think it does anything else other than AP damage. Because not a lot of firepower on this one. But if you shoot it at ERA-based targets, you'll definitely shred the ERA off of it. I used to own it, but for some reason I don't own it no more. And when I say used to, I literally mean used to, because I went through the process of spending the freaking actual golden eagles and money to get this thing. And I only wanted it so I could take it to top tier and start shooting at vehicles. Now, if you want something that might help you grind top tier, I would recommend buying this. It's a 57mm, fires the same ammunition you'll find in the earlier version, the PT-7657. The 2S38 is a decent armor killer system. It's got high explosive variable timed fuse shells, and it's also got 3BM22 at 225. So this is a pretty reliable vehicle. Comes with a dozer blade. You can float in water with this thing, so it's amphibious as well. Overall, this is an all-rounder. Then you got its earlier relative, the PT-7657 model. This one also floats on water. It has a 0.5 second reload system. It's got night vision, and it's got a pretty good turret traverse of 33.3. But we'll take a look at that in realistic battles, which is how I like to show most of the technology. Fast traverse rate. I don't think it's realistic. I think it's arcade. Give me a second. Let me check to see if it is realistic. Okay, wait for the game to load all the assets for a second, because games are like that. That's arcade battle. Here's realistic battles. And in realistic battles, this is the turret traverse rate of it. This PT-76 is a lot different from its original variation, and this PT-76 has neutral steering, so it's a slightly upgraded version since the transmission was changed out from the original one. The PT-76 you get from the tech tree, that one does not have the ability to do neutral steering. It does standard hold the brake on one side and let the other side run sort of steering, so sort of old school. But with this thing you can definitely shred one of these slightly top tier vehicles. You can shred them. Its reloading of its primary armament takes a few moments, but to reload I think you get 15 or 20 rounds in the chamber. $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. You get 20 in the chamber. When this tank was on the battle pass, I actually bought it, and I lost out on this tank due to hardware issues. So, on 2 separate occasions when it came to the battle pass stuff that I paid for, I lost out due to hardware issues. And Gaijin said, well, since you lost out on the battle pass vehicle and you were only 2 tiers away, you could find it on the marketplace if you really want it. That was their response. I can buy it on the marketplace. If you look at this thing's value on the marketplace, this one right here, I think it's $280 US. Gaijin coin runs on US dollars. So this is a $280 tank. And for $280 and a full ammo stowage, you're going to tear through a lot of vehicles regardless of BR. So you could be at top tier at this thing and you're going to be taking an absolute dump on top tier. You have the means to disable stuff, you have the means to demolish like literally their main armament. So right there, that's like evidence that I just like shredded. And that right there is the Ferdinand. It's slightly upgraded relative. The Elephant, which was also a battle pass tank, has slightly greater defense and has armored tracks on the front part and on the sides. If I wasn't mistaken. So the Elephant is also the upgraded version of the Ferdinand. And this tank absolutely chews through it. Even though this vehicle is limited to night vision only, it doesn't get thermal optics like the 2S38 model, which the 2S38 model I'd recommend. That if you're interested in buying something, I'd recommend that, the 2S38. You're better off buying that because it's like having the PT7657 model. And if you look at it right now in the Gaijin Marketplace, which I'm pretty sure none of you can see, this tank is going for 185. According to the Gaijin Marketplace, it's going for 185. At the beginning, people were buying it for 16 cents originally, and then the selling market was selling it for 185 Gaijin, all the way up to 2,000 Gaijin dollars. Originally, it was going for 158. People are setting the prices based on the Gaijin market, and it's all based off of the BR reliability. There was actually a dip at one point where it was $139. And there you go, $145 on the 10th month of the 5th. According to this, it says on the 5th month on the 10th day at 1400 hours of 2023, one of them sold for 135.2. And since then, it's only gone up in value and has stayed locked in at 180. And this is up to this point today. The one sold today at approximately 180 Gaijin coin, one sold today at 1300 hours on a time. So at 1 p.m. somebody bought one for the entirety of the thing. Then you got a whole time price range. This thing was really cheap whenever it first came out, but somebody was originally selling it for 110, and then it dropped down to like 90, 80 bucks, 75, and then it slowly began to climb. Now, when people are buying and selling, they want people to pay that top dollar because some people want to buy what remains of maybe E100 vehicles and stuff like that. You know, really high-priced collectibles. This Battle Pass item from River Hunter might actually end up inside of a loot crate. And it has been on the table before that the PT7657 will end up in a loot crate drop. The BMD will end up in a loot crate drop. The Object 279 already was in a loot crate drop. The 2S38 might end up there too. If you look at the current vehicles that are available on their loot crate drops, you got the M60A MBT, the KB220, PVD2, the ME262A2 model, or 2A model, BN13, Heavy Tank number 6, KV1B, TV, VK4501P, prototype, meaning Porsche, either prototype or Porsche model, because the Porsche model looks like that. The LA-174 for the USSR, this is a collectible jet. RBT-5, the USS Phelps, the MBR-2 M34, the MAA-1, Charles Yak 9T, France, Germany F-189A1, and the coupon for the USSR collectible aircraft, which was, I think, given in an event. So this is an event aircraft. And I believe it was whenever it was like collect the prototypes or build the prototypes. And this is the I-301. Prototype vehicle. No intention on the vehicle actually reaching production. So this is like a prototype aircraft. Never was meant for production. It was only a proof of concept for a different technology. Based off Russian documents. A lot of these aircraft and tanks you see here were only for proof of concepts. The I-129, which is basically a proof of concept of armament change from an American aircraft. They had changed it out, the armament, as a proof of concept on what this was, American or British. Forgot which country he originally owned before they call it the I-29 project. The I-180S project 3.0. This one was a proof of concept that later went into production. Do you know where the production model is? Well, I'll tell you this much. The M88R was a non-production model engine, meaning it was a prototype engine, basically a placeholder until the official engine was designed. But this was the original I-180S original design. It didn't have a sealed cockpit, it didn't have nothing. The I-180S is the relative of the I-16, but on a much larger scale. Take a look at the I-16. Look familiar in some ways? Here's the I-185 production model of the I-180S. The I-180S is the production of the I-185. This one features the 20mm Shivak cannons times 3. Gives you 3 cannons. Its high power to weight ratio aircraft engine give it sufficient flight speed and performance. However, personally, flying this thing, I wouldn't use mouse controls with it because you're going to really screw yourself over. You're better off using freaking keys. The arrow keys or whatever keys you got binded for it. The ITP M1, another proof of concept aircraft that never really actually reached production in the Soviet Union. Never reached production, but if you look at it, this little aircraft was genuinely useful. It's a pretty good tank buster. And when I say tank buster, I literally mean it. There's its air target ratio, and there is the ground target. 71mm. So it's good for tank busting if you want to blow up tanks. This right here is the battle pass for firepower. I actually managed to get this one. So I was happy getting this one. This one, you cannot beat this one. This battle pass aircraft will destroy any modern MBT if you manage to get close enough to the battlefield with it. Its armament and payload is customizable, so you can carry a set of Fab 100s and literally a set of Fab 250 kilograms, along with 100 kilogram variations. You can get a combination of 3 sets of Fab 100s and some UK 13s, some M13 UK models, and deal some damage, or you can get a set of 2 suspended armaments of M13s with a set of 3 Fab 250s. And the reason why I say this one cannot really be beat is because this one would be likely the king of tank busting. Not just because it's slightly upped on the ammunition and stuff like that, and its armor-piercing tracer rounds, but it's mostly because of the penetration value and the damage it does in a short amount of time. The offensive 7.62s you're better off leaving on stealth because if you use tracers, you're just letting everybody know you're there. Now, it doesn't matter what you do with the armored targets ammunition belt, it costs a little more to use, but the results you get are essentially about the same as the ITP M1, you just get 4 cannons of it. And if you utilize it really good, you'll shred everything around the BR that it's listed for. You won't have any problems until other aircraft decide to join in. This one right here, the strategist thing, which was the event vehicle, the BI, I remember I was grinding for this at one point, and then I completely failed. This is before I ended up with a different computer with a better processing unit. This is back whenever I built my own computer, and it was sitting on like freaking AM3 platform. I actually tried to get this vehicle, but due to an issue with the processor I had at the time and an insufficient cooling, I fried my motherboard. It turns out an air cooler can't cool down specific types of processors created by AMD, and the one that I was using was a Versha, 8 cores, 8 threads. If you're wondering what it is, it was an AMD FX 8500 model. Fat processor, incredible amount of heat. If you were freezing in winter, all you had to do was turn on that computer and run that processor with GTA 5 or run it with War Thunder, and the heat that emanated from that processor will warm up your room. And when I say warm it up, I mean this thing was like a freaking furnace in my room. I didn't need a heater. I already had a heater. My family felt all the hot air coming out of the room in the middle of the winter one time. The whole house was freezing even with the heater working. And they were crowding up by my door, and the only reason why I noticed is because somebody's feet was literally poking out under my door. And that's when I noticed there was like 4 people standing behind my door. They said, "Your room is all warm." And I said, "Yeah, it's because I got this furnace right here." And they said, "Why do you got the room window open?" I said, "Because it needs to cool that down." Yeah. It was a nightmare. But if you want, I can look it up. I think it was a 8550. Yeah, right now the AMD FX 8550 4 GHz with 4.2 turbo boost, 8 core socket AM3 OEM still goes for $242. You could pick one up right here off of eBay for $60. The likelihood of its lifespan is not good. This is a discontinued processor for anybody who's wondering. It was originally designed to run for servers and not basic gameplay and stuff. Its system memory specifications goes with a maximum of 1866 MHz. It runs on system memory type double data rate number 3. It's got PCI Express versions, nothing, because there's no processor, so it's not an APU. This processor is not an APU. It's unlocked for overclocking, which this processor can really be ramped up to extreme speeds when cooled down by extreme methods. It has level 3 cache, 8 megabytes. Base clock was already tuned at 4.0 gigahertz, more than what most processors offer you. Its default TDP is 125 watts. Its L1 cache is at 384 kilobytes. It's got 8 threads. Max boost is 4.2. Level 2 cache is 8 megabytes. Processor technology for CPU cores, 32 nanometers. SIO. Max operating temperature, TJ Max, is 61 degrees. Product line is of the AMD FX processor. And it's the Core editions. And it was the Black Edition processors, meaning that they were open. Other boxed processors and didn't come with numerous functions. But this thing was a literal freaking furnace in a box. No BS. So if you've ever personally owned one of these, then you know how much horsepower this thing does boast. It didn't lag when I played Fallout, even on max graphics, when I started getting decent graphics cards inside of my repertoire of inventory of crap that I had available. Previous computers and designs and graphics cards I had whenever I was younger, and I quote unquote will tell you this. Most of the graphics cards that I had hooked up with that AMD FX 85 model, well, they were having a living hell of a time surviving because it was a bumpy road. I can't say that it was the best for my GPUs because some of them burned out earlier than expected. And yes, my original computer was a Goodwill design. So you know, that's how it came to be. I came across an AMD FX processor. When I looked it up, I picked it up for $8. My first AMD FX processor before I ended up with one that was brand new out of the box. The guy that was giving me a computer processor chance and design was telling me he can get me one with 6 cores and it'd do twice as much as the load of the work as the AMD FX model. But I told him 8 cores were necessary for 8 threads. And he's like, why would you need that much? And I told him 8 threads are necessary because I plan to do a lot of processing. Not to mention, during that time, I did work a little bit on some things, and I necessarily needed it so that way certain functions of my everyday existence could still function properly. So, not only was it necessary for reasons announced to my own personal existence, quite possibly even my own anatomy, it was necessary so that I could compile data at a ridiculous rate. I wouldn't say I'm a type of android system or robot because I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to be. I just know that me and electronics are sort of wrapped up together like DNA. So I really don't know too much about what goes on between me and electronic devices, but sometimes I can tell whenever they're not happy. And yes, computers cannot be happy. Looks like somebody's firing rockets. You can deny reality. Oh yeah, Davos. Look at this trolley. Look at the trolley. If you know what trolley means, then you know it means train. But in the United Kingdom, it's pronounced as trolley because it makes more sense for people on that side. Just like the word comfy. Comfy basically translates roughly into get into the recreational RV. So get to the comfy means get in the RV. Oh wow. Oh, there's an ash horn over there. Oh, I'm gonna go pop him. Pop goes the weasel. No, go ahead, IS-2, I implore. I say, dear. Go ahead and pass on through. Oh man, I'm absolutely pooping on these guys. Oh, hey, it's a nice hairdo for me to poop on. What? They gave me this thing. This thing is like literally F2 Buffalo's brother. Oh well. I better crap on these guys before they have a chance to regroup. Boing. Come on, pop already. Come on. Well, at least I got rid of them. That's BT-76 right there. Is that a BT-76? Yeah, it is. But what country owns that one? Probably France. Or maybe Italy. You never know. A lot of vehicles were sold once they became ineffective. At least according to the USSR, some vehicles were ineffective, and they sold them to other countries, which then created ammunition for it that turned out to be super effective. No, they damaged my hot dog warmer. If you know what a hot dog warmer is, it's technically a roller grill. By the way, if you've ever worked at a gas station, a roller grill is essentially something hot dogs sit on just to cook. It takes about 30 minutes. The only reason why I know that is because when I was younger, I was rooting around inside of a dumpster, since dumpster diving is something kids do whenever they're bored out of their brains. And as a kid, I used to dumpster dive, and I used to find a lot of things, including Nintendo games. This just reminds me of that one time the GameStop threw away that entire freaking box of freaking Nintendo DS games. And they were all really crappy games. Like, there was a legit faction of craptastic games that not even freaking GameStop wanted. And when I say crap faction, I mean literal crap faction. Like, it was garbo. Like, it was something that they couldn't make profit off of, so they decided to throw them away as a whole. Boop.
Attack the A point.
Okay, Macho Man Randy Sandwich. He's gonna be like, let me tell you something, brother. Oh, Pengu G, huh? Oh. Look at that, Pengu G. You blow up. Oh, looks like I killed his gunner. Well, if this asshole would stop riding my ass, I could actually shoot at the damn thing before he has a chance to reload. Stop riding my ass, shit heel. Freaking fatty. Go get your own kill. There ain't no damn dollar menu, boyo. There's nobody here. Move in. Except for him. He's there, and I just killed his driver.
Attack the A point.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Roger that. Attack the A point.
Oh boy, Duke Nukem.
Attention to the map.
Yeah. Cash is king.
Attack the A point.
Come on, capture the A point already. We're getting slaughtered over here. You guys let them have the A point, and they farmed your booties for coal. Brown coal. You hear me? They farmed your butts for brown coal.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
So, questions. Questions Wobbly has for chat. How do you feel about Lego Ninjago? Did you like Lego Ninjago? Did you like watching it all the time? I personally watched Lego Ninjago myself, and I definitely enjoyed it. It was pretty cool. Some of the crazy inventions, the vehicles that I saw, yeah, it was enjoyable. It was like watching Lego Naruto, except for without all the, jutsu. So essentially, I got like my ninja fix from there. I'm sorry, Doctor, but he passed away from ninja asphyxiation. Get it? Ninja asphyxiation. Oh man. Demolish the enemy. Boop. Boing. I need to get to the Nutty Nut Bar.
Roger that. Confirming fire.
Boy, Wobbly slays. Get out of my way. You see that? I just threw up on that guy. Number 4. Does Wobbly slay? The answer is yes. When Wobbly's in the zone, players get a one-way sleigh ride to hell. Oh, oh, look at that. Yay. Can't die right now. And Wobbly gets final blow. And second place. That's better than nothing. Wobbly will be doing some checks tomorrow morning to make sure that his applications are going through for Wobbly Worlds. Who knows? Maybe Wobbly will become the pizza delivery guy that he saw in his dream. I call this a lahatu, basically meaning mosquito, if I'm not mistaken. This little thing is literally a tiny mosquito. It comes with tow missiles, tow 2s, and tow 2Cs. If you're really good at using those, I suggest using them, or you're better off with the 70mm Hydras and running away. But if you're hoping that this vehicle has more armament than that, you're better off getting the MD500, which is a civilian model, or the UH-16, or AH-6. AH stands for attack helicopter, where UH stands for utility helicopter. Those are the abbreviations. When the UH-1B, known as the UH-1 Bell, or Bell Huey, which is what most of you know it as, UH-1 meant utility helicopter. Now back in the day, whenever these helicopters came out, the UH models, they couldn't be listed as attack helicopters due to weird things involving US related business. So they were listed as utility helicopters, but once they landed in Vietnam, these helicopters, they got armored up, had guns mounted to them, and they were considered UH-1Bs after that, but the B stands for Bell. So, for those of you who are wondering, that's what the company that manufactured these. These are the Bell UH-1 helicopters. They were later named the Hog when they received their other abbreviational functions, which if you're wondering what that means, they were given the abbreviation HOG when they had a set of missiles or air to ground, and it was equipped with these 7.62 miniguns that you see right here, the M134 machine guns or minigun machine guns. These can still be found on helicopters today, including the UH-1 Venom, the freaking M134 variations. If you're wondering what I mean by that, well, here you go. This is the hug everybody knows from Call of Duty Black Ops. This is essentially the hug. This is what it really looked like. The UH-1B hog. There was another one that was called the UH-1B XM30 model, and that one featured experimental technology. The UH-1C is more expensive than the UH-1B. The UH-1C has a better targeting pod. It literally sits right there. Like, that's a literal targeting pod. So it has better optics for targeting. Can be equipped with numerous types of missiles, including the XM159, which is better missiles, or Mighty Mouse rockets. And you can get that essentially. You can get the same thing that you had, the XM21 gun pod, which the XM21 is just like this one. And these right here are the standard gun pods known as the XM21 gun pod stationary. And these ran on their own type of source of power. But these right here were the flexible, can change direction, multi-directional turreted system. This one right here is the M156 AGM, but also known as the AGM-22. The M156 was just a pylon carrier system. Then everyone's favorite, the TOW-2C or TOW-C missiles, which were also found on these. This variation of the UH-1 was not used during the Vietnam War because the inlet intake couldn't handle the humidity levels versus its original counterpart. The original counterpart, like this one, had a better inlet for oxygen and had, I believe, a better air filter. So it was capable of catching humidity particles before they affected the engine's initial startup for the turbine system. The AH-1Fs were never utilized during the Vietnam War. The AH-1G seen all the combat during the Vietnam War. So the AH-1Z models, they didn't get armored up with freaking flexible turret grenade launchers until like late in the war. The offensive M195 20mm gun wasn't mounted onto these aerial Titans during the Vietnam War until like late in the war. So during that entirety of it, it went from being present to completely being present in the end of it, up until the point where they started the evacuation process and began to leave Vietnam. The fall of Saigon was the end of a bygone era. Saigon is the name of another place which took place with American war and factors of everything, facing off with T-34-85 models and everything, which was like an American war effort. The fall of Saigon changed the people of Saigon's lives forever. Those people were really hoping on what they call American democracy. And when I say American democracy, they were hoping that America could stay there and change their lives forever. The people that lived there wanted their lives to change so much, the people of Saigon, that they were even trying to jump aboard ships, trying to get on smaller boats, and trying to evacuate during the procedural process of the evacuation of Saigon. Those people risked life and limb and even being shot by U.S. soldiers and Army soldiers, Marine soldiers, and Naval soldiers who were trying to get their own people out first before they started taking on civilians. Civilians risked life and limb. They even sent their children to be rescued. They didn't care if they got rescued, but I will tell you this. The situation during the fall of Saigon was one of the most heart-wrenching moments that a lot of soldiers faced during that time, which was a casting of judgment and general morale. The morale of the soldiers who were there nearly lost most of their morale during the time of when Saigon was falling and the evacuation procedures had happened. a lot of the people that were there were there. Some soldiers stayed behind, where some didn't. They evacuated. And the soldiers that stayed behind were removed from Saigon and were taken to concentration POW camps far outside into the jungles. And they were tortured. And when I say tortured, I mean their minds, their spirits, their brain, everything broken. Some of them still survived the torturing process, while others were completely broken. They weren't functional. For several years, US sanctions and other functions were telling the people from the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army, to return the American soldiers who stayed behind or didn't make it due to injury. They were telling them to return the soldiers, and they simply refused and said they were prisoners of war. At that time, and I will quote unquote state this, the NVA had even faced the sanctional threat of total annihilation, if you know what I mean. They were willing to wipe out that part of the continent to get soldiers back, because if they couldn't have their soldiers, they weren't going to let them have them. And the soldiers were fully aware that their lives were expendable. And some of them accepted their fate waiting for the end of the world to happen on that side of the world, while some didn't. I learned all this from talking to a few people who were there during the Vietnam War and told me about the horrible things that happened and the ones that were lucky enough to evacuate during the fall of Saigon. Those people that were lucky enough to get out of there even said they faced moral dilemmas because of everything that happened. People screaming for help, wanting to evacuate, the destruction, and in a last-ditch effort, the people that were still there and everything, like there was people who picked up guns and even shot at the NVA and stuff like that. They simply refused to live the life that they live now. If you look at the people over there, and you can't go to the country and mention or utter the word Saigon or anything like that for some reason, because apparently it's taboo in the country to say Saigon. I learned that from talking to somebody who was there, like talking to somebody who lives there. They told me not to mention it because then they'll think I'm trying to spread American democracy and the weird, and I quote unquote would tell you this. They told me that they got secret police over there. So if I start mentioning Saigon over there, I'm not coming back. I won't ever see the light of day. I'll get taken somewhere far away into the jungle and get beaten and tortured and being called an American spy. I will never see the light of day ever again if I go there mentioning the word Saigon. Because the people, like the generation of people that live there, that know what Saigon is, those are the only people who know what happened. A total re-education of the youth that was younger than them, that stayed behind, have no clue what happened. So by mentioning Saigon there is total taboo. Apparently, according to the person I was communicating with. So it's a little weird. If you think it's complete BS, why don't you go around and mention Saigon and go around town saying it numerous times, and then tell me they don't send you back on a plane, beaten up. Personally, I just don't mention that word, and I probably won't step foot in that part of the world unless it's there to take pictures of the weird places they got available, which also includes one of their many beautiful locations to take amazing pictures. But I'm not doing selfies. That would be pointless. If I'm going to take a picture, I'm going to have the person who's there with me take the picture with me. But don't mention anything from during that time, because people who mention it probably won't come back. And I personally happen to like where I'm at, and I don't want my head torn off by a lion or a tiger. So, I try not to say anything like that. And I have no idea why the person that I was speaking to when I was younger was telling me not to mention that while being there. But they iterated that the secret police are constantly there at the airport and they follow American citizens for up to 48 hours. They follow you. They watch your activity, they see what you do, and they see if you talk about anything that the country itself or its citizens know is taboo. The citizens there are informed to not tell you that what you're saying or doing over there is taboo, so that they can arrest you and interrogate you on the grounds of terrorism or attempting to start a revolution. So if you're wondering why nobody wants to help you or tell you what you did wrong, is because that they're hoping that you do something so that they can interrogate you and do what they're supposed to do, which is literally beat the American stuffing out of you. Friendly and helpful people who live there will tell you what to say and what not to say, what subjects to stay away from and what subjects to state. They say nothing will ever happen to you if you say this or that. And movies iterate that all the time. You can say whatever you want in some countries and nothing's going to happen. But the truth is, that is far from the fact. The best I could say is that when you go to that country is to hold your tongue on certain subjects, words, ideals, and references. That's the best thing I could tell you. I wouldn't say that the Vietnamese like Americans or people from Vietnam like America, like how America likes to go there for the red light district. And I will tell you this, the red light district has lots of weird things going on there, and everything you see there is practically illegal. If you're going to go there for red light district business, be aware that if you're a man and you're going for the red light district action, you will run into problems, and it will be permanent damage. So if you're hoping the red light district didn't have that there, or you weren't going to catch a STD, well, newsflash. Don't go there for the red light district. Save your junk and keep it in your pants. You might meet a nice and pretty girl over there, but odds are she's 14. And I'm going to tell you that now. You'll meet a pretty woman who looks like she's of age, but odds are she's 14 and has 3 kids. And that's why she looks like a grown woman, because of all the stress. And I'm not saying that from experience. I'm saying that from how many times I've seen people go to jail. Don't talk to certain people there in the red light district, because if they tell you they got a job for you, they're likely an undercover police officer trying to get you to take some, take some illegal substances from point A to point B, so that way they could throw you in jail for the rest of your life. And I'm not kidding. There literally are police there that would try to make it look like they're going to give you a good deal and a cut on some illegal substances, when you go sell them successfully, as they say. All you gotta do is deliver it to this side of town. That's what they're gonna tell you. And when you finally go take the delivery order, they're gonna snitch you out to the cops. And then you're going away for a very long time. So if you're hoping that it was any different, nope, it isn't. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Yeah, I'm good, Japan. I just need to pay the rocket launcher a visit. And I'm gonna tell him I'm okay with giving that to you. Yep, that's an honest, true fact right there. I'm okay with giving him the kill. I got what I wanted. I got to completely erase that loser. So I'm pretty happy. In fact, I'm pretty satisfied and thankful that I did have some Vietnamese friends that were very knowledgeable about the realities of Vietnam.
Just hold on, Wobbly. Victory will surely be ours.
Destroy the target.
But yeah, personal things I'm going to tell you is this: avoid the red light district if you don't want to catch a penis shriveling disease. Because when I say that, I literally mean it will shrink. Like, no balls. You might even lose your balls going to the red light district, so, you know. Stay away from it. Unless you're okay with catching something that'll break your you-know-what. Your winger-dinger.
The enemy is controlling most of the zones.
That's all I can tell you. Unless you're okay with losing your winger-dinger, bro, don't go to freaking red light district. He's gonna lose his winger-dinger, man, going to the red light district. I said that to one of my friends. He's gonna go all the way over there, visit the red light district, and then he's gonna come back a woman. Oh man. I had a friend who said he went to Vietnam and he said he got in trouble by the police shortly after getting off the plane. That was funny because it took him 2 months to come back. I felt bad for him because they stole 2 months of his life, but I told him about going to certain places and doing stuff for somebody. But he says, I'll just do it real quick and I won't get caught. That's the last thing he told me. And I said, you're an idiot. I said, you already got caught. You were doing it for the police. He's like, how do you know? You don't live here. You don't know what it is. And I said, it's like, I know my way around this place like it's the back of my hand. And I said, look, man, just because you've been there 4 times doesn't mean that you're not going to get busted by the cops. You got lucky 4 times because you swam through the right people, doing whatever it was you were doing. And I said, but it looks like this time your luck ran out. He's like, well, can you tell my mom that, this and that? And I'm just like, look, man, I'll tell your mom what's gonna happen to you and that you'll be fine and whatever, but I'm not gonna promise her anything, man. I told it to him like that. I'm not gonna promise her something that I can't guarantee. And I said, look, your son will be fine as long as he remains within, like, the parameters of the customs and blah, 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 and associated with local laws and functions. But, if your son crosses a certain line involving law enforcement or even a functional piece of, like, law in their country, then, you know, at that point it's free game. There's nothing I could do about that. And I told him, like, your son's cooked at that point. And I said, I don't know too much or enough about the law in that country, other than I know that you need to fall under a special criteria to get an exemption to get thrown out of the country right away, instead of paying the ultimate price. There we go. Well, I can't let you leave, man, so we'll just pop this guy right here, lower down a bit. Let me just lower down right here a bit then. There we go. Yeah, low tier APDS. It's king. If you don't think it's king, you haven't tried low tier APDS. This thing will punch a hole through most modernized armor of its time. And even though it's a sub-caliber, this thing still goes through stuff like cheese. Although you are limited on armor penetration of 115, this is actually the best armor penetration you'll get in any low-tier vehicle. shred his vehicle real quick. Okay, I took care of that. Okay, I took care of that. Crew knockout. Oh, that T-34's got extra armor on it. The cool part about this vehicle is that it's got such versatility that it's actually worth all the trouble. Wow, I got an incredible amount of stress building up on my neck. It feels like I got like the Hunchback of Notre Dame going on with the amount of pain I'm feeling. Better back away. That guy can one-shot me regardless of distance. Look at that Heavy Metal Fury. 7 people KO'd, mostly with this vehicle. I literally Von Poopened all over them. Hey, if you guys like Baron Von Games and his scrap videos, I think he used to make, what was it? It's not, what was it? Oh man, Scrap Mechanic I think is what it's called. He used to make Scrap Mechanic videos, but now Baron Von Games focuses on, I think, tabs and some other stuff. If you like Baron Von Games, go sub to him. He's got okay content for war-related business. I believe at some point he did play War Thunder, but I don't think he plays it. At least not on camera. Maybe off camera. But I believe he's a World of Tanks fan. If you're looking for Baron Von Games, which, you know, Baron Von Games and Scrapman and stuff like that, they played Scrap Mechanic together at some point. I don't think Rika and Baron Von Games play Scrap Mechanic anymore. You might see him playing Stick War here and there and stuff like that, but it's a little bit different. Now, when those two, when they were collabing together, they asked for some kind of nickname that they could give them, like the chat could give them, and some people came up with some names, and the name that was selected was a name that I gave, and it was Baron Von Scrap, which combined their name quite well, because it's a Baron Von Games and Scrapman combination. So it gave them a pretty decent combination of inventory and ideological functions. So for me, it was a pretty decent idea. So essentially for their content, I give it a thumbs up. If you're interested in Scrap Mechanic, I give it a thumbs up if you like Scrap Mechanic content. It's pretty good. Scrap Mechanic has its own dynamic functions, and it uses a lot of logic and stuff like that, so it's like programming your own stuff. And personally, I like it for that exact reason. I wouldn't like say that I wouldn't play that game or anything like that. Like, I recommend people who want to like have a complex idea of how to like do something or building complexity. You know, it really helps the ADHD for those of you who have it and know what I'm talking about. It genuinely helps personally in my own ideal that Scrap Mechanic is something that personally helped in it for ADHD reasons. If you're really into that technical side of things, it helps. I have zero objections to its design. So, if you're interested in that, that will help you. Weird. It has 2 machine guns on this side and 4 on this side. Why didn't they just put the 3rd one there? It's because the lights were there and they didn't want to remove the runway lights. In fact, now that I think about it, this thing only had lights on one side. That's kind of crappy. There's no wheel light, no hub light in the nose or anything. I don't know. Should I continue playing? Does anyone want to join? It's entirely up to you guys at this point. Bristol Hercules VI. So it's a 8 engine Pratt Whitney S3CG. Rolls-Royce Merlin at XX engine. For a Rolls-Royce engine, it isn't very powerful. What did it say it was? It's a V12, but it says 12-cylinder water cooling. Probably should have used oil cooling, since oil doesn't freeze at high altitude, where water freezes at high altitude. Oh, does this thing have 12 machine guns on it? I didn't realize that. I thought it had 8. Oh, I guess I was only paying attention to the 8 machine gun holes here and there, so I thought I had 8 only. Yeah, it's 12. It has its relative right here, but this one reduces all 8 machine guns in exchange for a 40mm Vickers cannon with only 30 rounds in it. It's got 53mm of armor penetration. That's not a good trade-off, so this really wouldn't be a good tank buster. You're better off with the Mosquito series. Is it this one? Yeah, you're better off with this Mosquito. It's got a 57mm cannon on it. And it gives you 117mm. So this is good. And it's the Class M cannon. Yeah, you're better off with that Mosquito. You got the Viewfighter and this one right here, and then you got the Whirlwind, which a lot of people use the Whirlwind. You can see Brigands at times. And the Swift. It's got 30mm Aiden cannons. Not useful, if you're wondering. Its 30mm Aiden cannons are not very effective. The payload that it does have available is effective, but it's not very effective. You see this Rolls-Royce engine only producing 2960 in kilograms of force. For an engine of that size, you could produce way more power. Because by today's standards, there are engines that are slightly smaller than that Rolls-Royce engine, and it produces way more power than that. The Swift F7. The slight change in its design and the nozzle on the rear is also changed in order to focus thrust, because it has an afterburner. Still, due to design limitations, this vehicle can achieve a much higher afterburner thrust, giving it faster speed in real life. Unfortunately, due to its design, it would break apart after, I think, hitting the sound barrier. It would break apart. Like this one right here, the Harrier GR3. This vehicle, I believe, can achieve the sound barrier, the GR3 model. But anything faster than that and it'll snap the wings right off. Jaguar GR1 reaches the sound barrier and everything. The only sad part is the lack of force in the engine. The Jaguar is a decent aircraft and everything, but in real life the Jaguar does lack the force to propel it forward whenever it comes to certain factors. So real life factors, the Jaguar GR1 is good, but it's just lacking in engine force for it to be competitive in real life. It's agile, it's nimble, it's small, but speed-wise, this thing will get dusted by the F4 Phantom series. This right here is a skimitar. Notice anything familiar about the skimitar? It's probably because the entirety of the skimitar's design looks exactly like the Harrier. Looks like the Harrier's fat cousin. It's got no afterburners and it sits at 8.3. But it's got a good loadout, including some bullpup rockets, bombs, and missiles. So it's got a decent rocket loadout, which makes up for some of it. but why it would be sitting in a jet fighter slash naval aircraft slot, this would not classify as a jet fighter. Its speed is 718 miles an hour, which doesn't make up for too much. This is the premium Harrier GR1, which used to be on sale on the Gaijin Marketplace. The Buccaneer S1 was also, if I'm not mistaken, oh look, right there. That actually tells you. Summer landing event. I remember that one. That was a nightmare. I completely botched the summer landing event, so I didn't bother anymore with that. The Sea Harrier, the FRS1, this one right here is the one you used to see on the Royal Navy ships. The Sea Harrier has since been, decommissioned and already put to rest. But the Sea Harrier is the most equipped. In real life, the Sea Harrier is the most equipped Harrier out of all of the Harrier models. The Sea Harrier was the most equipped and the most capable of all of the Harrier class aircraft. Notice a difference in the cone shape of the nose. This one was supposed to achieve higher speeds than the other Harrier models like the GR3 and the GR1. The FRS1 model, the Sea Harrier, was supposed to be faster. Here's the Phantom 2, UK. This one was before the adjustment. By the way, if you're wondering about a F4 Phantom, when I was younger, I climbed into my former high school before I switched schools because I ended up moving out of the school districts. Like, I guess when we moved, we ended up moving out of the school districts, whatever, like policy of, oh, you can't go to school here because you're no longer in our district, and that's what the school is saying. Oh, you can't go to school here because you're not in our district anymore, and we can't let you go off the school campus or get on the school bus because technically you're trespassing now that we know that you don't live there anymore. So essentially I was held hostage for several hours. But the school had a F4 Phantom sitting outside, and during that time my family didn't really give a crap and the school was calling, and I sat there until it was dark. And while I was sitting there, the school's police officers that were there working for the school were beating the shit out of me in a fucking office room. So, yeah, I was getting the shit beaten out of me. Because technically I was trespassing, even though I was supposed to already have been thrown off the school campus. Because technically I was no longer a student. They were already supposed to let me off the damn school campus and escort me out of the building, but instead they decided to hold me hostage there and beat my ass up like a piñata. I was sitting in somebody's office room, a crazed teacher, who, might I add, I put on television for pulling out a gun and saying, blah 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 blah. And whatever it was he was telling me, he pulled out a gun on my ass and he threatened to blow my brains out and nobody would ever know. Which I managed to record that part, because at that time I had my brother's cell phone in my pocket. His old Samsung, or I think it was a Nokia. They came out with a slided keyboard or whatever. I recorded the entirety of the incident, and I gave the audio and whatever, and that particular member of the faculty faced criminal charges for threatening to blow my brains out. The police officers that were present refused to let me go and to leave the school campus like I told them to let me go and leave the school campus. Another teacher that was working there that was supposed to be a part of the faculty council, like the student council faculty or whatever, where they do all the counseling for the students and stuff. Another member that was basically, and I quote unquote will state this, I had already made my way off the campus originally and began walking home, and this faculty member stalked me the entirety of the way and called the police on me to have me dragged back to the school after they told me to leave the school building. So during the day I got dragged back and I stayed at the school where I was getting abused practically by school staff at Del Valley High School. where students are probably in danger staying in that district. If your kids are no longer a part of that school district, you better keep them away from some of those faculty members because they might beat the crap out of your kid off camera. Because I got the shit beaten out of me inside of the freshman center's faculty room area where there were no cameras at all. I got the literal shit beaten out of me while I was handcuffed to a chair. These people were beating on me like they had an agenda. And then it later comes out that, oh, because of what one of my brothers did while he was going to high school, he doesn't even live here in this part of Texas where I'm living at. He doesn't even live here, but because they couldn't lock him up for whatever reason he was in trouble for, they decided to take out all their anger on me, the younger relative. And they were beating the crap out of me because they couldn't get him put away. As it turns out, his favorite counselor, Mr. Ojeda, or whatever it was, the freshman center counselor Ojeda, or whatever the hell his name was, is the bastard who threatened to blow my brains out because he swears up and down that he knows my brother was a guilty son of a bitch, and blah blah blah. The dude put the gun to my fucking temple. The cops wailed on me for 45 minutes. But what I'm getting at is this. I wouldn't trust my kids' lives in that school district even if you paid me $30 million. And yes, this happened at Del Valle High School, located in the Travis County area in Austin, Texas. That crazed counselor threatened to blow my brains out because he couldn't blow out my own brother's brains out. I hope they kicked him out of the school faculty and everything. Because all the crazy crap that I went through in that entirety of that day, and fuck you too, Mr. Everly. Sorry for anybody who wants to hear kid-friendly stuff, but yeah, because of all that crap, dude, I hope that all of you who became mortal enemies of who I am will face a wrath. Because I have an incredible amount of wrath in this world, and I most certainly intend to share it with you. And don't worry, I know I've already gotten back at some of you and you don't realize it. I operate in the darkness. And when I say darkness, I literally mean darkness. I've been in the dark most of my life anyways, and I was mostly a ninja by the time of the age 10, I already was a ninja. Successfully trained by a Chinese woman to understand the arts of staying in the shadows. And by the age 10, I had perfected it, which means operating in the shadows became my natural forte. If you're wondering what exactly it is, I wouldn't trust my kids' safety and lives in the hands of the staff of the Del Valle staff members of Del Valle High School, located in Austin, Texas. For those of you who are wondering, I would not trust my child's life to be in good hands in that place after what happened to me as a child. You leave the school like you were instructed to leave the school because my parents couldn't come pick me up because nobody could reach them. So I left the school. I signed the agreement and whatever, and I was supposed to leave the school. Then a staff member stalks me for several hours, coming up with this false report and this crazy shit, and then gets me arrested. On the way home from school, I picked up several objects, which also included rocks, a random crowbar I found, and a wood saw that I was using to saw off this tree branch because I got bored. I went into the woods while walking home, and I was cutting down this tree branch because I wanted a nice stick to take home with me. And I was actually carving it while walking on the side of the road, and that crazed member of the staff was over there making up false allegations. And then after being dragged all the way the fuck back to the school district, I get beat up and tortured for several hours by that crazed bastard, Mr. Everly. And then that retarded person, Ojeda, or Mr. Ojeda, or whoever it was that my brother said he was thankful that came to defend him in court, he wasn't trying to defend him. He was trying to find critical evidence to lock him away for the rest of his life. He was not on my brother's side, and because he couldn't get rid of my brother, he figured killing me was good enough. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. What'd my brother do? Fuck your wife or something? Like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. You threatened to blow out a kid's brains. I hope that one of these days some kid gets so pissed off at you he comes back and blows your brains out. Which I think did happen, if I wasn't mistaken. I think he fucked with the wrong kid or something and they came back and shot him to high hell in his office or something like that, and he ended up on the news. And I don't think he survived either. But what I'm getting at is this. I wouldn't trust the safety of my kids' lives at that place. The people there were just awful. And I really got tired of those wannabe gangbangers too while I was going to school there. They were really annoying. There was this one girl who was talking about her family was Mexican mafia and her boyfriend's MS-13. He'll kick my ass. And I shattered that dude's teeth behind the football field by kicking his face in numerous times. Yeah, I know it seems really violent and stuff what I'm saying, but it's just like the reality of it. Like, you're gonna go around shooting your mouth off talking about how you got gangbanger family and stuff. You're gonna take a pot shot at somebody in a literal assembly. Like, I'm serious. That girl was stupid. She had one of her brothers come to the school, and during an actual assembly, the guy made it into the building and tried to blow my brains out and clipped another student, thinking it was me. That dude's still sitting behind bars, for those of you who are wondering. You know, I wonder what they did to him in there. Considering he endangered a bunch of kids, injured an innocent person, I wonder how long do they torture him for? I generally sometimes wonder how long they tortured that dumbass. Because here in Austin, Texas, and anywhere in Texas, if you go into a school building and you're shooting up a bunch of freaking school members and children, yeah, those people in the big house, man, they ain't gonna have no mercy for you. They gonna tear your ass up. Because some of these people that are in the big house, they got kids that go to them schools. So if you think you're safe in the big house, you're not. They're gonna rip you apart. They're gonna do things and they're gonna say exactly what they said, just like in the Boondocks. This is where a man gives up his wet dreams up in this motherfucker. Well, yeah, you're gonna be Tom, and you're gonna be calling that sandwich lunch. It's gonna be like Tom and Fleece Johnson. You're gonna be living the nightmare. That's all I can say. It's like literally all I can literally say to break it all down for those of you who don't know. But if you're a school shooter and you're a kid yourself and you go and do something like that, well, good luck and kiss your manhood goodbye. Ain't nobody gonna have no mercy for you. That's all I gotta say. So, if you don't want to end up getting ripped apart or worse, don't do something stupid. And don't get mad because your homie beat you in the game of Madden NFL 2023 or beat you at NBA 2K 2023 and you mad because he's got mad skills and your ass hot garbage and shit. You looking like freaking... You looking like Shaggy Rogers with some fucked up shoes and broken thumbs. Oh man, looking like old Scooby Doo having having ass, and your game is as assy and as ashy as your skin. Oh shit, I'm just saying, but you know, don't be like some of them kids. Oh, he beat me at Fortnite, so that's why I shot him. Ain't nobody gonna have no mercy for you up there, man. Some people will be nice and talk to you, but others won't. They gonna ruin you. They gonna ruin you, man. And you're gonna be screaming like Scooby whenever he gets caught by the enemies or the bad guys. Like that's no lie. That's like no capping right there. That ain't no lie, man. That's no capping. That's no capping right there. That's really what goes down. Some people will be nice and they'll sit there and see what kind of person you are. And if they see that you really are messed up like that, no cap, they gonna mess you up. So that's just what it is. Screaming like Scooby-Doo. Oh no, man. That's like literally no cap right there, man. No cap. That's just telling straight what it is, man. They gonna ruin you. So, you know, if you're losing at video games, you lose at freaking Fortnite all the time because your homie better than you. It's probably because your homie just sticks up on the console. Instead of freaking posting up and showing up with a Glock in your hand at school just because you're getting whooped. Why don't you spend a little more time playing the game? Perk up your skills, edge up everything you got. You know, learn some new skills. Try to car sub a nigga or something, man. But don't waste other people's time. The worst thing you can do is get mad at somebody and then waste their time. And when I say waste their time, I literally mean waste it. Like no bullshit, like waste their life kind of time situation. Oh, is that so? This motherfucker just randomly shows up with a punk ass helicopter. No, we're gonna take a detour. Fucking blow this fool up already. Before this fucker has enough time to do that shit. Come on, dog. Like, what the actual fuck? Eliminate these motherfuckers. Delete them. Fuck's sake, these people aren't doing their job. I hate it whenever I gotta pick up slack. I'm finna delete some motherfuckers in a minute. Nah, bro, hold my freaking whiskey for a minute. Let me pull it back, way back. That should hit the fucker. Nope. Fuck out of here, boy. Yeah, you get him, Yugs. Go get him, Ash. Get your trash ass out of the game, fool. Fuck you, boyo. Set your ammunition dump on fire, fool. Set that ammo dump on fire. Ah, nah, you ain't getting away now, boy. Nah, this is my last one up. I'm finna spend it giving heavy metal fury on this bitch. Oh, this guy's on another freaking helicopter with freaking missiles on it. It's time to get rid of him. Stand still, let me delete you for a second.
Attention to the map.
Range is running rough. Mayday, mayday.
There we go. Deleted. Straight up say it. Delete the helicopter.
Destroy the target.
Oh, you ain't getting nowhere with me, boy. Ooh, I'm finna delete you, dude. You got cocky and rolled up in the spawn. Deleted. SpongeBob, me boy. My boy, come over here. Come on, get deleted. Come on, spawn camper, come over here. Get deleted.
Somebody cover me.
Why don't you give me some cover, dude, instead of hiding over there? Okay, chimpanzee? The chimpanzees, Captain. Chimpanzees. Knuckles. Deleted. Oh. You didn't get shit, boy. You didn't get shit. Oh, you see that, man? Took a nice steaming dump on them. That's what happens when you fucking spawn camp. I'm gonna take a quick intermission because that was hot water. For them. I didn't care I get blown up or whatever on my IT-1 or anything else I was driving at the time. But yeah, once I ripped out that BVM, I was taking a nice spicy dump on them. They can enjoy the Taco Bell sharts. Here, you can enjoy this Wobbly. Okay, guys, that was a bit of fun for first time in a while for, I guess, top tier hot water. If you're wondering why none of these are no longer any spaded, these were already spaded. This right here, this cover you see on this helicopter, cost the exact amount it cost to buy it. Although it does give it better structural strength, I wouldn't waste your money on that. It's the same thing for the covers on the Mi-24A. It cost the exact amount to buy this piece of shite. Don't bother buying the covers for it. Ever. And as for this one, as soon as this one's covers are researched, it's probably going to cost 970,000 silver lions just to buy the cover for this damn thing. Which I'm not going to do. I'm only doing it for the research points. This one right here, the Mi-24P, this one was a freaking million if I'm not mistaken. And I'm sure the cover is going to cost me $1 million too. The Mi-35M, this one was 1.10 million. I'm sure the covers are also 1.10 million. 1.10 million for the KA-29. I'm sure the covers are 1.10 million too. 1.20 million. Look at that. I'm sure the covers are also the same price as its initial buying price. The only thing I can say is this, hot water. This, okay. This right here is the king. This right here will never measure up. The Mi-28N model will never measure up to this vehicle right here. The Mi-28NM, this one has a similar loadout to the KA-52, but has less, essentially less, than the KA-52. You see this rocket loadout? These are the Ataka 6. Ataka 16 by 16 missiles or whatever. You get 16 Ataka rockets, but take a look at that. 6 kilometer firing range. Alright, you see that? Now take a look at these babies. You get 12, but look at that. Firing range, 10 kilometers. Guaranteed launch is 8. You'll be far as hell. And you get a tandem charge warhead. This one also is tandem. These right here, they're tandem charge. But you have to be within 6 kilometers for the Chrysanthema missile system. You got the 9121, and these are Ataka missiles, the originals. But the Vikier missiles will guarantee you the most safety. And when I say safety, I mean you'll be the safest helicopter in the sky because you'll be so far away from any possible armored unit that you'll even be out of missile firing range. The only missile that can probably reach you, and I quote unquote will tell you this, will reach you from 10 kilometers away would be the Tor M1. It's probably the only missile launcher in the game that can reach you from 10 kilometers. Because I doubt any of the other ones can reach your ass. This one gets these, the NM model. Although the Ataka gives you 16, you're too close for combat reasons. You're better off with the Vikir model. So again, these are the only ones here that get that. The Mi-28N does not get Vikir missile. You get Ataka missiles and that's it. It's nice to have Ataka missiles, but it doesn't pay out well. Especially performance-wise. Although it's a tandem charge warhead, you are too close to the battlefield for it to be really effective. And I know this because I've blown up a freaking Mi-28N model, and I've literally shot it out of the sky with a T-60. These are my presets whenever I go RB. See how I got the Vic here, and then I got a set of S8KO rockets mounted with it? That's a good combination, but it costs a lot of freaking RP, respawn points, to even use it. However, it's an effective loadout. You can stay away a long distance from everybody and take out targets from a long distance away. You'll have absolutely no issue. taking out anybody. At around that BR with the KA-52, you'll be facing the FIM-92E model, the FIM-92K models. You'll be facing these and stuff like that. It says lock-in range, all aspect is 6 kilometers. They won't be able to shoot you out of the sky for 6 kilometers. If they can see your engine thrust, they got an 11-kilometer firing radius, meaning if you're in a jet, they can follow you for up to 11 kilometers from its initial launch point. So you better be hitting Mach 2 whenever you're flying over. The XM975. If you spawn far away enough from the battlefield, this vehicle can be outranged. The Roland 1. Take a look at the range that it has. 6.30 firing range. That's guaranteed firing range. 6.30 kilometers. And you got its Roland 3. Guaranteed lock and firing range. 8 kilometers. You still have 2 kilometers to fuck with if you're holding on to the Vikyr rockets on the Russian helicopters like the KA-50, the KA-52, and the NM model. You have an incredibly large range with that. Then you got the ADATs. If you're wondering about the ADATs, this thing literally uses tow missiles and stuff like that, and tow variant missiles to take out aircrafts. It runs on beam riding, meaning that it requires not just the laser lock, but also can be used significantly as a visual feed, so you can guide it simply by looking at the target. Guaranteed firing range. You're not going to avoid this, so the ADATs can hit you. Similar range and ratio. But it takes a little bit for the ADATs to pick up on you from a large distance. But you can still engage them. If you see an ADATs up, you might want to go low and slow or low and fast. It's up to you. If you look at the German SPAA lineup, the Weasel A4 is great. The Gepard's got good lock range, but it doesn't fire far enough. The Ocelot. I see this a lot at freaking 10.0, the Ocelot, and it's only got Stinger rockets. It's only useful as a closed-in weapon system. So this essentially was a system you find on like modernized destroyers. The Grepard 1A2 model still has the same thing the Ocelot has. FIM Stinger missiles, sorry. Literally went dyslexic for a minute, my brain lagged. Total brain lag. Then you got the Flakrad PZ, Roland 1 and Roland 3. You still have a good range compared to them, so you can still take them out from a distance. Then you have the Flakrad. I believe this one can actually reach you. Yeah, it can. 12 kilometers. Missile guidance time is only 20 seconds. You got a guaranteed of 11 kilometers and with 1 kilometer to spare. So this one can reach you. However, its guidance becomes lackluster if you're moving around a lot, so it's going to be hard for this one to track you. The Flakrad. This one's actually an interesting vehicle, believe it or not. On the USSR's tech tree, these right here, they're a little bit different. This one gives you a 5 kilometer firing range, so you can be sitting far away and you still get something. You get 6 kilometers with a 9M120, 9M120F1, 6 kilometers, and 7 kilometers with this one. The anti-tank guided missile, and it's variable timed, meaning VT fused. This one right here can specifically lock on to aerial vehicles. You can still lock on manually with it. The Chrysanthema S, which is basically the upgraded version of its first predecessor. Good missile firing range and tandem rocket warhead system. Now, this one right here is a really decent SPAA unit. And when I say SPAA, the Starella 10 M2 model, this one right here in Russia, like these vehicles, when they were like hot off the line, hot off the press, there are Russian extremist and radicalist groups that are in Russia, but they're what's left of not even the old regime. They're what's left of what they call a revolutionary movement. And the people who are in possession of those vehicles aren't friendly towards Americans, so stay away from them. Some of them might be friendly because they need a patsy to take all the heat. But Not all of them are friendly. I'll tell you that now. These right here, these little missile tanks that you see for anti-aircraft function, these make great mobile, fixed-in weapon systems that are on the go. And they're very useful, believe it or not. I've seen somebody earlier, and I think it was earlier in my last live stream, or whenever I was recording content for this game, in one game, and it was pretty good. I seen a player take out 4 jets in RB with all 4 of its missiles it had loaded in. The dude shot down 4 players that were flying over the battlefield with ease. Shredded them. And that all happened within I don't know how to put it, but that all it literally happened within a 15-second span. That dude took out several aircraft within 15 seconds. 8 kilometers and the 9311 1M gives you a 10-kilometer range. So this one can reach you. The 2S6 Tunguska. It's got really bad guidance, so I'm gonna let you know it now. It needs to have a laser lock if you want reliable material. And even then, locking onto them with laser lock only makes you more available as a mobile target. This one right here, it doesn't matter. This one you cannot hide from. 20 kilometers guaranteed is 18-kilometer range guaranteed. This is literally, this would be considered an all-rounder air defense unit. What's happening right now in Moscow is they're preparing possibly even for an invasion or total warfare. This little unit that you see is going to be armored up and used in Moscow to protect their president. So, there you go for that one. That's sitting over there, quite literally sitting over there, as we speak, in front of the president's house of that country. There are several of them. This one is actually pretty cool. The Starstreaks, believe it or not, the Starstreak is actually a mobile air shotgun. They say it's an HVM and that it fires 4 smaller missile or 3 or 4 smaller missile projectiles, but it's actually a little bit farther than the truth. A missile that fires like a shotgun is more effective than a standard composition missile. Like this one right here, the Stormer HVM, is it's like a variation of an air shotgun. You're flying the gun to the airplane so that when the missile gets close enough, within let's say 100 feet or less, when it fires, those rockets or those tungsten pellets are going to shoot out like a massive shotgun, shooting approximately anywhere from between 50 to 300 tungsten balls that are approximately the size of a 12-gauge shotgun round, and it's going to fly through the entirety of the chassis of the airplane it's supposed to hit. The Starstreak missile is based off of that design. So, yeah, if you're wondering, yes, the Starstreak missile is based off that design entirely. This one right here, the ADATS M13 model, this is the loaner one that was given to them, and it was operated by Canada. This one was originally given to Canada for Canadian defense reasons. Just the ADATS model. In fact, the ADATS portion is actually this right here and this computer right here. That's the whole ADATS system, the entirety of the top. Everything else on the bottom is the M113 chassis, but everything that's on top is the ADATS radar and missile launch system. It's a very good and uniquely designed anti-air defense unit system. Japan, their anti-air is literally a Hummer with some missiles strapped to it. And yes, this originally was a Hummer, but in real life, it was completely stripped down, and this right here is 100% Toyota. This little vehicle right here was based off of the Hummer's original design, but now it is 100% Toyota. So if you're wondering why this looks sort of familiar, it's because this is based off a Toyota vehicle. Particularly, I think a truck or an SUV. Japan's little missile system is one of the most weirdest things that I've seen. It's a unique SAM site system that has high mobility and a pretty good lock range. In real life, the firing range and capabilities of this vehicle are different compared to what you see in the game, but it's one of the most unique SPAA options I've seen. Because most SPAA options that you see in War Thunder are genuinely rather traditional, where Japan takes a spin on it by throwing some car wheels and mounting it to a truck. This one right here is another vehicle that I like, but I've pretty much stopped trying to unlock it. This right here was actually originally based off of an APC vehicle that was designed to originally extract soldiers from the battle zone, including Red Cross machinery function like medical stuff. Like these things are wide enough to hold a medical bay with medical equipment inside of it to treat soldiers who have been badly injured on the go. The vehicle that it's literally sitting on originally used to be a medical system on the go for soldiers. And the ZLT-11, well, I'm not going to lie to you, this vehicle comes with a 105 cannon gun. It is amphibious capable. Its 6-mile-an-hour reverse gear is actually not a lie. That vehicle really reverses at about 7 miles an hour. 7 or 6 miles an hour, and it doesn't go any faster than that in real life. So if you were hoping it was fast in real life, it kind of really isn't. The one that I seen in person did not reverse very fast because it only had one reverse gear, according to the operator. This right here, the Tor M1 missile system, 239mm rocket system. This one has the most advanced missiles you'll ever get in the game. Although it has a 12-kilometer launch range, which means that's as far as it goes, this thing's vehicle can handle an overload of 42 Gs. That's 42 times the weight of the initial projectile mass. So 167 kilograms times 42. Let's do the math for a second. It's 167? Yeah, 167. So we're going to do the math. 167 times 42. It can handle 7,014 kilograms of its own physical weight as an attributed force factor. So essentially 7,000 kilograms when you round it to the nearest thousandth. It's 7,000 kilograms of force it can handle when making an instant turn. And that is the maximum guidance or G-force that it can handle. Because the projectile literally weighs 167 kilograms, that means that it handles that much G-force. So I guess it could turn on a dime. And I'm not going to lie to you, when I've played this game at top tier, I've seen people firing these missiles, but I couldn't understand how they were shooting them. I thought it required a lock-on, but I've seen people shooting them before. I assumed you could just click the mouse button and just mouse aim guide the missile to wherever you want. So that's kind of what I assume. Don't quote me on that because there isn't enough homey brain cells inside of my head. But that's just like my estimation on how that works. Very acceptable anti-aircraft unit. Italy. The Mistral is a force to be reckoned with in close quarters. So in close quarters, this thing is a force to be reckoned with. It's got a 6-kilometer firing range. And those little guns on the side and its small size make it rather resilient. So it does help it because of its small stature and size. But it is running on the M113 chassis. So it's lacking defensive capabilities. The automatic, which I've seen this thing It originally wasn't sitting at 11.3, I'm going to tell you that now. I think it got bumped up the last update in this BR. And it's got 311 millimeters on APDS. This thing by itself can count as an actual tank destroyer or a tank of its own. And when I mean tank, I mean main battle tank. With a reload of 5 seconds and 300 millimeters of armor penetration, you're going to tear apart the competition. I think it got nerfed on how much APDS you can actually take with you. 90 rounds? I think it was nerfed to where you could only take 30 rounds of APDS, or I think it's 10. I can't remember, it's a really bumpy road on that. But somebody was complaining to me about it, how it was nerfed for some reason. I remember them talking to me on Steam about it, and they were telling me all the stuff and what tanks were nerfed and which ones didn't get nerfed. They were telling me all sorts of crazy stuff. It's got that. What is its fire rate of the main gun, though? 200 rounds a minute. This one's got a fast firing rate, the VCC 8030. Now, if you're looking for fast wheeled moving vehicles, I recommend the Centauro class, and the Bull 74, and the Fiat 6614 model. Now, the Bull 74 HVG model is the only one that has the M300 armor-piercing fin-stabilized round. The Bull 74 standard, this one only has a heat round and a hash warhead, and it's a 90mm gun, and this one features a 60mm OTO HVG cannon. The automatic features a 76mm OTO Breda cannon. So, you know, there you go on that department. I will tell you, some of these vehicles are a force to be reckoned with. This one right here is a force to be reckoned with. If you know how to use this thing, you can tear apart the competition really fast. This Roland 1 AMX-30 only features the Roland SAM system. They call it the Roland 1, which is sort of a copy-paste, but in real life, the bottom of this tank right here you see is actually the bottom of an experimental tank destroyer that was scrapped in the real world. So this was supposed to be a tank destroyer, this Roland 1 system. This one right here, the ITO 90M. Take a look at that little fag right there. This was originally created by Finland. This little air defense system was sold to not just one country. Several countries actually have this air defense system. And if you're very famous, popular, or have money like that, they will sell you the air defense system, but no missiles. You'll be under observation for the rest of your life, though, for buying it. I'll tell you that much. Unfortunately, I feel sad for Sweden. Because, I don't know, I mean, like, even though they got really good and decent tanks, for some reason they're kind of just getting wailed on. This one right here actually is acceptable. 200mm of freaking armor penetration for a SAM, and this is like on standard armor. All by the LVRVBV. We'll call it the 701, the LV 701. This thing literally is sitting on a bazooka platform. Like, no lie, that's literally a bazooka. And no, I'm not talking about the American bazooka. I'm literally saying, based on design, that thing is a bazooka. Hey, what's up, Victor? Just streaming whatever. It's not morning for me. It's like the middle of the night. I'm supposed to be asleep. I'm over here reviewing all of these vehicles. Here's another one sitting in the M113 chassis. A lot of these countries had a lot of M113s left over, and the M113 is one of the most widely exported personnel carrier vehicles that has ever been exported out of the United States. It was one of many widely exported vehicles. You'll see a lot of these still sitting around in some countries in their motor pools. You'll see them sitting around and stuff like that. Some of them are converted to targets or mobile targets to be shot at. Some of them are converted into like training platforms to train people how to drive a tank. Another Finnish air defense system, the ITO 90M, or the ITO 90M model. Abundantly powerful, all on its own. By the way, for any one of you wondering, this right here never happened. Israel has never utilized ZSU 57x2s for combat reasons because it was, quote unquote, an ineffective piece of war machinery. Well, it's good morning for you, I guess. It's 6 a.m. over there in the UK. Over here, it's literally midnight. For me, it's like midnight. If it's 6 a.m. for you, it should be, I think, 12 in the afternoon for Japan. Either that or 3. 12 or 3 o'clock. Let's see. The Hovat, as they call it, Hovat, and the Shilka, the ZSU 23-4. This one was never utilized or ever used in a combat situation, ever, not even for training, by the Israeli army. This vehicle and this vehicle were never utilized by the Israeli army for combat reasons, not even training, because they weren't even in operational condition when they were found. They were just run down. They couldn't even be repaired. The Macbeth comes with a Stinger missile system. This is as good as the Israel defense system will get. And no, Israel will not get the Dome. If you're hoping for the Dome to happen in War Thunder, Israel will not divulge the secrets of the Dome to anyone, not even the game developers. Now, the Turan 4 and Turan 4S, these also never happened. Israel never utilized these tanks for war purposes, meaning they never saw combat. They were there as proofs of concepts and testing of equipment that they were later utilized for other war vehicles, but I believe they were never utilized in war. The only reason why I know that is because I did a little bit of digging around and asking questions about people in the motor pools over there in Israel about the T-54s that they captured and T-55s that were grabbed from the neighbors that attempted to invade, and they said they were never utilized for anything other than to test quote-unquote new armor or to test experimental weaponry, but they never intended to mount it onto anything. The M4 Sherman, also known as the M51 in the Israel tech tree, that actually happened. I'm not sure if it saw combat, but this actually did happen, the M51. Except for it didn't look like this. It actually looked like this. And that's literally what it looked like in real life. Still, a very cool thing, and to believe that that thing was sitting on the border between them and the enemies who keep firing missiles at them. This thing was sitting out there, and that massive spotlight was used to light up the area. I think it was when they were having problems in Egypt, if I wasn't mistaken. At the M51, this old war vehicle, the fat heat warhead, was sitting on the border, keeping guard and using a giant flashlight to light up the area. Some people, quote unquote, stated that it was so bright that standing within a certain amount of range of that light, you could feel the heat emanating from it. For anybody wondering how old I am, I'm actually relatively a young individual. But I ask a lot of questions whenever I'm around people. I even ask things to people who still live in Jerusalem and other things like that. So I still talk to people from over there. I have absolutely no objections to the people of Jewish faith or ideals and functions. I respect your faith because it has an ideological function that is accurate, and I respect you for constantly maintaining the ideals and form factors of which you have to yourselves. This ESU 23x4, if you've seen it in real life, then you're lucky because those war vehicles were supposed to be scrapped. And I'm talking about every last one of them. They were either stolen or they were scrapped. And in Russia, due to a collapse of its former regime, a lot of them were stolen. So were the ZSU 57-2s. A lot of them got stolen. Prototype tanks that Russia claimed that were never completed or ever saw trials. Prototype war vehicles were also stolen from the motor pools due to lack of security and the collapse of the regime of the USSR during the Soviet era. There was a lot of unfinished technology and finished technology that still hadn't been fully tested, and a lot of it was stolen from the motor pool by the people who worked there, who decided to liquidate the assets and sell it to the outside countries.
Defend the C point.
So if you got to see a ZSU 23-4 in real life, you are very lucky, because it might be one of maybe 300 or maybe less that might still be in functioning order. From what I know of, a lot of those vehicles were torn apart or were completely demolished in the war that they were involved in, or whatever it is they got to participate in. The best thing that I could state is that most of them did not survive. So if you have one of them, or if you have one of them in your inventory and you got a battleship, you can put that thing on there and mount the turret and give it a belt-fed system to every gun and have a massive ammo storage pool. You could use that for anti-aircraft purposes on a large-scale boat, and it'll work out just fine. And if you're really intelligent, you can give it a better pedestal for it to sit on, giving you better better depth, I guess, would be the whole point. Hold up, let me see if I can get Type 74. God damn it. Hold up. Heat round. This one would definitely do it. Ah! Hold up.
The enemy has captured most of the strategic zones.
I'll take out my lazier tank. But yeah, if you're hoping for like stuff like that, you're lucky to see a ZSU 23-4. They're like outdated, predated Cold War weaponry. A lot of the Cold War stuff was scrapped or destroyed or just completely deleted by society. So if you get to see one, count yourself lucky, because they are collectible pieces of hardware. When I say collectible, I mean collectible.
Somebody cover me. Somebody attack him.
Thanks, dude. You didn't use your 50 cals. You could have done that, you brain dead moron. Idiot. Literally, that guy was an idiot. Let me just sit there and try to help you repair. Don't help me repair, you clown. Like, I don't know how that guy did that. Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, whenever I see somebody's in trouble like that, dude, I whip out the 50 cals if I got it and I shoot at the air target. I don't give them a chance to come turn around and give them seconds. Ooh, looks like they still got a commander on board, huh? Ooh, it's like you ran out of partners, huh? Boing! Let me kill your engine so you can't leave. Yeah, let me just delete you a little bit more. There we go, we'll lock you down a bit. Come on, dude. You didn't let me delete this guy after all that damage he did. After all that damage he did, you didn't let me delete this guy. Man, that was quick for China. Goes to show. No, 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 no. I will not be going back in with Chinese war vehicles. I learned my lesson. That cheap plastic won't save my life. Get it? Oh, man. Oh, man. If you've ever bought a toy from China as a kid, you've noticed that they break relatively easy. Especially if it says made in China. Nowadays, the quality has improved, but if you were like 10 years old in the early 2000s or something like that, and you bought a toy car from like China, dude, they would break so easily. Like if you stepped on it, you just broke all 4 of the wheels off your toy car and you broke the toy in half somehow from the top. Like legit funny. Like that was funny. I still can't believe that's the first thing that came out of my mouth, that cheap plastic. Oh my god. Oh man. It was the same thing with those plastic toy tanks they used to sell at the dollar store that were made from China. As soon as you turned the little turret on the head, it would come off, and it wouldn't go back on, dude. It was just straight up broken. Oh man. Oh, that was gold right there. Even for me, that was gold. I got them dollar store tanks. Oh man. Oh man, made down the road. Oh, that was funny. That was straight funny, man. Oh man, oh, that was a good laugh. I can't believe that was literally the first thing that came out of my mouth. Oh man, I call a Chinese tank a cheap piece of plastic. Oh man, I can't stop laughing. That's still funny. Oh. Oh man, I didn't expect that even from myself, man. I didn't expect to say that. Kind of just abundantly just poured out of me. And then literally the quick reference I gave. I literally referenced a freaking Chinese battle tank to a toy car from China that you buy from a dollar store. As soon as you stepped on it, you already broke all the wheels off. Oh man. Not everything from China is broken. I mean, they have had their improvements over the last 40 years. Like, some of their toys have improved. I'm not gonna lie, some of their toy products that have been in existence have improved over the last 40 years. Oh, you mean the stuff that they called like a meal system? Yeah, like, yeah, I knew that about British vehicles when I was a kid. Down the street, as a child, I used to live down the street from a soldier. He didn't tell nobody he was a soldier because he didn't want nobody knowing. But he was a part of she said Royal Armed Forces or something. RAF, which I didn't understand what RAF meant. I thought it just meant raft, like he was on a raft or something as a kid, like it was made of wood. But he told me that, he showed me some patches, a roundel he had on him. Yeah, he told me sometimes the inside of the vehicles at that time, and even as time progressed into the more modern era, you could literally find a French press inside the machine that actually boiled water for you and everything inside of it. Like you could make tea on the go while sitting inside the tank. I remember that stuff. He was telling me you could make tea on the go, have fresh hot tea, a hot meal if you needed it. It was like a kitchen on the go inside of a battle tank. Of course, nowadays they don't think giving a soldier a kitchen on the go would be a good idea or something like that. But in World War II, you could find an espresso machine in like freaking tanks.
The enemy is winning.
So you could literally find machines like that. Like you could find stuff to make yourself a hot meal with. And during World War II, that's kind of where it started, where they started putting stuff like that inside of tanks because having a hot meal on the go meant happier soldier. A happier soldier meant more progress. And the happier the person was who was eating the food or getting the food, the better that they survived and the longer they lasted on the battlefield. So, yeah, there was. Oh, yeah, believe me, it was helpful for the soldiers who had it inside the tank. Not every tank had it, but it was supposed to be in every vehicle. And during World War II, there were some veterans who were part of the war and stuff like that at this retirement home. Some of them were British, some of them were American. But they talked about how it was in WW2, and they also explained that too.
Losing.
A guy that was a part of the RAF said that even a Challenger tank featured a system like that to give you a hot meal on the go. So, it wasn't surprising whenever that came to the menu. It does help. If you got a hot meal in your stomach, you're more focused, you have more energy, you're more willing to do your job, and it really is helpful. It genuinely boosts morale. Like, even when you are in the worst possible time of your life, you're behind enemy lines, you've got literally almost nothing, and you've just got your tank. You've got gas in your tank, but you got no ammo. Well, as long as the tank has gas, it's got power, which means you could turn the tank on for a little bit, get the engine warmed up, and then the water circulates through the like radiator area and it would heat up the water to create fresh hot water. Some of them were designed like that, and some of them were designed in other ways where it didn't really require such a complex system. I think I just clipped that dude. But yeah, like it was an overly complex system, yes, but the hot meal on the go kept soldiers going. American soldiers, when they saw British tanks, they would ask them, and yes, this is a thing that happened in World War II. American soldiers that found out British tanks had hot water and were capable of producing hot meals. American soldiers that had the opportunity to be around British soldiers and their tanks had also asked them if they could help prep meals for them, so that way they had hot meals. Because eating that, and quote unquote, how they said it, eating this cold shit is really killing me. So, quote unquote, they didn't like eating cold food. American soldiers didn't really have access to hot food on the go, especially on a battlefield where it was active. Where British soldiers had access to hot water and hot meal on the go on an active battlefield. So the British had a lot of helpful things inside of their vehicles, which kept the morale of the soldiers up, which increased survivability ratios. So that is an actual true fact. The difference between life and death is determined on how the soldier's mood is entirely. If you're in a shitty mood, you're more likely to be alert, but you're more likely to be sluggish and lethargic on the response. So, there you go. If you ever become a part of the RAF or anything like that, and you find yourself in a situation where everything just seems like it's not working out, eat a hot meal and then think about it again. The opinion you have might change entirely. That I can guarantee. The opinion will change entirely. Hold on. Ugh. I've been literally looking at this monitor for God knows how long. But yeah, the British were smart for putting mobile machines inside of their tanks. It genuinely helped their soldiers a lot in the combat zone. So, yeah, that's something you want to think about. Now, if you get MREs nowadays, and I quote unquote state this, MREs are good if you know what you're doing with them. That much I will state. MREs are decent in life, but the best thing I could say is this. MREs nowadays, they come with, what is that thing called? MREs come with those little weird things. Some of them, like, if you get really complex MREs, and I'll explain this to you. If you get really, really complex MRE systems or kits, you'll find out that there's a bit of a difference between certain MRE types and kits. Some of them come with a little tiny stove and then a little wood burning cube. And maybe something where you can just hover it over or whatever. And you can basically cook whatever it is that's under it. Some of them come with stuff like that, and that's like, no lie, some of them legit do come like that. So if you got an MRE kit, some of them will come with a little fire starter kit and the equipment and whatever else they added to the system, so that way you can get a hot meal. Now MREs are very complicated pieces of equipment that are easy to use, but they're complicated if you don't know what you're doing with them. But if you've ever had an MRE, some of them are pretty good. Some of them come with steak and potatoes. Literally come with steak and potatoes. Some of them come with a heating element that runs off of a chemical. You know how people say that there's such thing as hot snow? Well, it runs on that similar factor of hot snow. Ice that is hot. It uses basically a hot ice version or factor to essentially give you like viable material, like for a heat source. All you do is just mix up everything that they give you in a little bag, and then you throw in the heating element or whatever, and you just go from there. Some of them are like that. Me, several months ago, I tried to join the US Marine Corps, but apparently I ran into some rather bothersome issues that rather emerged all of a sudden. So when it comes to the Marine Corps, I would have loved to have been a Marine, but for some reason there was just something shady about the situation that I was getting in. And I ended up in a position of a career option of working on airplanes, which is something that's nice. Sure, I would have gotten to work on F-35s and, a pretty interesting modernized piece of aerial equipment. But here's the problem. If the airplane all of a sudden falls out of the sky, and I will tell you this, if the airplane falls out of the sky for some unknown reason, or for some random reason the plane just falls out of the air, and you don't know why, the guys that are sitting there at the helipad or right there are there to arrest you. They're not there to, do whatever. Like, they're gonna throw you in jail. Like, that's their job. That's why they sit there whenever the aircraft goes and takes off. You're lucky that I freaking took that blow for you. Well, I hope he took off because that'll probably be the last time he gets charity from Wobbly. Now, personally, I will tell you that I've learned a lot of things whenever I was young, and I've talked to a lot of people throughout my whole life. Now, if you're wondering why I ended up in community service at around the age 12 because I wasn't going to school or I was doing no homework, I think it was homework, the lack of homework, and entirely the lack of really any schoolwork being completed. All I did was show up, and then I ended up in court because the school stated I was doing nothing. So that's how I got to learn all these crazy facts about life and military equipment and everything. That's kind of how I ended up there, to be honest. For anyone who's legit wondering, if you're wondering how I know all of this crazy stuff, is because I literally ended up there and I had to work at a retirement home. I was given community service for the lack of grades. The judge wasn't mad because the judge wasn't mad because I wasn't going to school. He was mad because I wasn't completing any schoolwork. So because I refused to do any schoolwork, the staff were marking me absent. So that's kind of how I ended up in that situation where I was just there. So if you're wondering how I know about a lot of these things, why I know about British tanks, yeah, I know about World War II. British tanks, the Churchill was one of many vehicles that had a literal coffee machine on the go. It had very interesting stuff. Yeah, bro. I see it, but I'm not about to get my ass beat up. So right now, I'm finna send him the happy gift. Oh, look at that. Nobody provide air cover. No air cover, huh, guys? Oh, I wonder where your brain cell at. But yeah, literally. Like, I wouldn't know half this crap if I hadn't ended up with freaking community service at the old folks home. So, yeah. Definitely enjoyed learning about WW2 from some old guys. So, when you were informing me, Victor, about how tanks and stuff like that had like little kitchens and things like that, yeah, they really did. British tanks had little kitchens, little coffee machines, espresso things. They had, and yes, I will quote unquote state this, they did have the things that some people said were ridiculous to have on the battlefield because what purpose would they have? And there were American soldiers who said that, and those soldiers went hungry. So, quote unquote, just stating the obvious. But yeah, it's pretty cool that you got to see these rare vehicles and stuff like that, that they're still in functioning order. And I consider it something rather unique, an experience that you have, Victor, that, that's what it is. You got to experience, you got to see these things, you got to see some of these old vehicles. I've seen some vehicles in my time, but I haven't seen them all. I have seen, however, when I was younger, back when I started my data gathering age, where I was gathering data and just piling it in and piling it in and gathering footage and stuff like that. I learned a long time ago when I was younger about everything that happened during the Cold War all the way to the whole war in Mesopotamia that got worse gradually over the years. People in the United States, and I don't like talking crap about the US because I do live here, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because ever since I was a child, I got mistreated my whole life. But what I'm getting at is this. Throughout a large portion of my existence and from studying everything from A to Z, I had learned at a young age that, American battle tanks were portrayed to be this most indestructible force of nature. And this is something that even Great Britain has pointed out to the United States. You paint your war vehicle to the public to be like super invincible and everything. But then there's like, like quote unquote would tell you this, there's like literal video footage where a guy runs up on an M1 Abrams and fires the rocket launcher RPG number 7 and hits the tank from the side, completely destroying the engine and setting it on fire, and then reloads a second time while the turret's turning towards him and hits the ammunition rack, causing it to catch fire and making all the soldiers who were in there jump out of the tank and run for their lives just before it explodes. There is literal video footage here on YouTube that was actually abundantly available where a soldier completely just, one guy blows up a tank by himself. You can see him running behind it and everything. And as soon as the tank caught fire and the ammunition pool and the engine was on fire, the soldiers bailed out of the vehicle. I have no idea what happened to the driver because you don't see him jump out. You see the gunner and the commander completely bail out of the tank, but you don't see the driver get out. You just see these two guys pop out from the top of the lid of this vehicle. They jump out from both lids, but you don't see the driver get out when the vehicle is on fire. And that footage was on YouTube, and I don't know where it's at now. I don't even know if I can even find it. But it was there, and I remember examining the footage. People were saying that footage is fake and M1 Abrams had never been blown up in combat. And the United States denies all allegations and claims, and even that footage that even shows it there. The Challenger 2 has survived RPG hits, and it has been shown on record that it has survived being shot at by it. But this almighty powerful unit in the M1 Abrams, it can survive being shot by a rocket launcher number 7 at the face, but everywhere else on the body, it's free game. It's the same thing for any battle tank that you have, but it all depends on if you get close enough. But the video footage showed that an M1 Abrams went up in smoke. And that was something that I was pointing out to some friends of mine. They were all about America, fuck yeah. I told them, go ahead and look it up, dude. The video's still up there. And I said, you got a limited time before YouTube realizes that that's there, and then the government orders them to remove it. And yes, any footage that shows an American war vehicle that is in use being destroyed or lit on fire or something like that, like any of that shows accurate data proof and all that stuff. There was even a time where literally a terrorist went into an ammunition dump where America had not just tanks but freaking M1 Abrams tanks and stuff like that. They were literally using depleted munitions, like uranium based ammunition, to take out enemy armor. And one guy runs in there, throws a single Molotov on the engine of an M1 Abrams. It catches fire in a motor pool while it's burning for 5 minutes and nobody notices, and then explodes, blowing up numerous other Abrams, including 3 of them which had people working in them. The data that you see and hear about and stuff like that, like the conscripts and everything, like I've asked soldiers who were out there and they told me. I said, so what do you know about the incident that happened in a motor pool where some M1 Abrams were set on fire by a single retard? And when I say that, I mean a single insurgent. And he said the place was up in smoke, and when the ammunition exploded from the back of the Abrams, because of the extreme heat, it sent sharpentel flying at such a high rate of speed that it impacted other ammunition that was loaded inside of the other tanks and caused them to blow up. The explosion happened, the turret separated from the chassis, but it didn't go flying up in the air like you see with Russian tanks in the video game here on, War Thunder. But the turret separated entirely from its chassis because of the explosion. Challenger tanks and stuff like that, they're well rounded. They got good defense. Mobility is great. I saw the video footage where a Challenger 2 came racing down the street, slammed on the brakes, and didn't hit the soldiers that were standing in its way. But it was freaking crazy. The average person would be sweating bullets if they saw a tank barreling behind them when they were told to stand there and pray to God that the tank didn't hit them, racing at them at full speed. That was the most interesting video footage I've seen of the Challenger 2. And I gotta say, props to the guy who drove it. Guy or woman that drove it, because that was just crazy. Who charges a tank at a bunch of people, slams on the brakes, and doesn't hit a single person there? You get what I mean? Like, that's just nuts. And that's just like the cool part about armored units. Some of them have great braking distance. Some of them don't, due to their power to weight ratio. But it all depends on who's behind the wheel. But it's just what it is. Now, you could say that I'm not all about America. You could say that I'm all for America. I don't really like talking crap about American-based vehicles, but I've seen enough, and I've done enough studying and seen enough footage, including personal captured data, about what happened to the armor out there. It was like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse at one point. Sorry. But it was like chaos. The Challenger 2s were overpowered. When I first faced my first Challenger 2 in this game, I was not winning. I'll tell you that much. I was not winning any fights against the Challenger 2 whenever I first faced him. And when I first faced him, I had a T-62, and I hadn't even had the M1 yet. I had the T-62, and it was just like the T-72A. This one became my heavy hitter originally. But this is what I was working with originally when I faced the Challenger 2s. I have no idea why, but I kept getting up-tiered, and I couldn't understand why I was being up-tiered, but it just kept happening. And this is what I was facing them with. A T-72, it's a decent to moderate medium tank vehicle. It's not an MBT. T-72 is a medium tank. The T-72B is classified as a medium. T-72B 1989. It features the T-90's ERA package. Medium. 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 The most expensive tank in the USSR and the real world is the T-64B. And the reason why it's expensive is because of its generalized armor dimensions. The T-64, which is an outdated tank by today's standard means, featured a specific type of military armor design. It featured something called ultra porcelain, but it also had nano armor. an armor that would fill itself and harden to twice the strength of steel. Essentially, that's what it was supposedly built with. The most complex and second expensive tank in the USSR's tech tree is the T-90A. One of the most expensive parts of the vehicle is its composite armor blocks that you see highlighted right here. And this right here. Those are the two most expensive parts of the vehicle. You go down to Great Britain, their vehicles with their Challenger 2s come into the picture is right here. This vehicle has an incredibly decent amount of armor and armor absorption. This vehicle can withstand quite a lot of damage and take a lot of damage. Even today, I still sort of struggle to blow these up, so it's a lot harder than it seems. The best advice I can give you is that if you're facing a Challenger, you're better off shooting the barrel or going straight towards the middle, going for the gun mantlet. But the odds of you hitting that small space is pretty slim. You'll be lucky if you hit it while in motion. Other than that, a similar principle of shoot below the lower glacis works, so it's sort of like T-72 rules, except for this one sitting a little higher. The Challenger 2, or Mark II, is about as equivalent as its Mark I variation. However, the Mark I variation featured prototype parts versus the official launch model. It has better armor penetration values than the M1 Abrams for its BR at 10.0 for its first MBT, main battle tank. The Chieftain series is also a good line of armored units. So if you think the Chieftain is no good, think again. The Chieftain has a decent amount of armor. It has decent function. It's even got this. Although by today's standards and mean this is heavily outdated protection systems, it still featured 410mm with an armor-piercing fin-stabilized round. That's more than you'll get with anything at its BR of 9.0. So this thing would turn any ordinary tank on the battlefield into a can, going through a grinder. With 410mm of armor pen at 9.0, you're beating up MBT 70s. So you have nothing that really competes too much at 9.0 with that kind of firepower behind the hood that runs on tracks. If I look over here at 9.0 and I look at the original T64, you have 425 and 440. But unfortunately, the original T64 doesn't offer too much protection. This thing couldn't withstand a kinetic blast even if you wanted it to. And just to give you a reference to it, we'll go straight over to Great Britain. We'll go and grab their Chieftain Mark X, which is their first one. And there you go. And that's at 500 meters. You just killed everybody inside. You just blew up the main gun, and you just killed the commander. The only place it's not going through is through the cheekbones, because technically its ordinary armor or ultra porcelain armor still exists. And ultra porcelain is effective at absorbing quite a bit of kinetic force and filling the gap. So the Chieftain can pretty much shred the T64A and its B model. And that's at 9.0. 410 at 9.0 is incredibly good. 440 at 9.0 for the T64A is decent. This one right here is the one that I was telling other people about, or people who were tuned in earlier. The T55AMD1 features a hard-to-kill system at 8.3. That means your tank can bounce off ATGMs, including tandem warhead charge systems. 335 armor-piercing fin stabilized. You get the premium 9M117 missile launch system. So you have a 100mm D10 T25 cannon. And you have a missile launcher on board, so you can fire rockets, missiles, high explosive rounds, APDS, and armor-piercing fin-stabilized ammunition. This one right here has a hard-to-kill system, but it costs damn near freaking 8,500 silver lions for repairs. Wow. It's a bit underwhelming. If you take a look at this, these are composite blocks. These composite blocks don't offer too much protection against armor-piercing fin stabilize. These composite blocks might be able to shrug off APDS ammunition. 3BM8 at 336. This armored composite block that's on the front of the T-55 AM1 is capable of shrugging off ammunition from the APDS category. Now we switch over to armor-piercing fin stabilized. It can shrug off its own ammo. However, these composite blocks, once they get knocked off, I mean, it's free game. It's open season, basically. So those external composite blocks can be blown up, they can be destroyed, and once they're gone, you don't have the protection anymore. So those composite blocks work like ERA. You're screwed once they fall off. The Chieftain Mark III, shot and hash rounds. Then you got its Mark V variation. Same thing, but I believe better armor protection. This is the Mark III. The Chieftain Mark III, 120mm Royal Ordnance BLTK L11 cannon. Which that's what it literally is, it's the Royal Ordnance, which was implemented on Chieftains. Chieftains were considered main battle tanks, not medium tanks. 9.7 second reload, however, reliable gun. Chieftain Mark V, similar turret. Similar armor design, but a change in certain functions. Chieftain Mark X, add-on militarized armor. Basically upgraded armor and a change of the structure of the vehicle. So upgraded cheekbone structure to intercept for high chemical or high kinetic munitions or chemical ammunition like radioactive ammunition. Challenger 2, composite blocks, everything, composite armor. An increased improvement in general performance. Challenger Mark III, ERA skirt, literal solid ERA skirts. These solid ERA skirts increase the Challenger 3 Mark III model's structure of defense by an incredible amount. This Romer A ERA increased the driver's survivability and reduced the chance of ammunition rack or even destruction of the engine from a single well-placed round. This one right here is a variation of the Challenger 2, but if you look very closely, you get the Dorchester 2E package. This one adds an incredible amount of armor, and I believe, if I wasn't mistaken, this variation of not just adding the armor, it also adds a camo netting to your vehicle. The Challenger 2F also gets a similar package. It also gets slat armor to fight against missiles and other based material like rocket-propelled grenades. So the slat armor increases the vehicle's survivability. It's also got blowout panel boxes, which increases the survivability from high explosive anti-tank rounds. These blowout boxes increase the vehicle's survivability from heat rounds. Take a look at the compartment where the people are at, sitting. Then you take a look at the side armor that's here. Chemical energy munitions would be like tandem warhead charges like heat rounds. Not to mention it has that. So this one right here is the most survivable Challenger model they have. And this one can take an incredible amount of a beating. Then you got the Challenger 2 test model. This one comes with the camo netting already applied to the vehicle. Comes with a better armor package, higher survivability system, and it's just great. Well, this summer sale that will be happening, legit will be something to be a marvel to look at. So if you're thinking about buying another British tank, I say go for it if you want to. Buy it if that's what you want to go with. I have absolutely no objections. The last time a summer sale came by, I was completely broke when a summer sale came by, so I didn't buy anything. I was just broke. I had bills to pay. I had a cell phone to pay at that time. This one right here, the Challenger 2 test, I actually really like this one right here because of the machine gun that's on top of it. I believe it aims higher than the other ones, so this one can technically follow you and sort of just laser you out of the sky if you want to. Higher survivability package, better external composite armor system, so not only does it have the protection of the armor that was already implemented, it's also got the external protection, which is right here. So you got the new composite armor, you got that armor, you have this one on the side, and you have that. Then you got this incredibly ridiculous ERA package that is so thick that you would have to probably shoot the panels twice just to get through. The Black Knight. This one features a hard to kill system that supposedly works in 360 degree angle. So the Black Knight's supposed to offer 360 degrees of armor protection. There's supposed to be a sensor on the back. Here it is. Right there. Active protection system. These arrays basically send signals out, and if a signal bounces back, it fires a projectile to intercept the round, or incoming projectile to destroy it. With this vehicle, period, and I will state this, no missile system that you have available in your repertoire will be able to go against the Black Knight. So if you're firing missiles at it, don't waste your time. This thing's going to stop pretty much everything from hitting it. However, you can overload a system, so that does exist. And this is the Challenger 2E. The final variation of a Challenger series, if I wasn't mistaken. I don't know what was different about the E model other than it looks like they stripped everything from it. It's got a 50 cal on it, which does give it some functionality, but it doesn't make up for the total loss of ERA. So, particularly this one right here, the loss of the ERA package on a Challenger 2E, even though it does feature some unique design of some sort, which I'm sure is there somewheres, and a high penetration armor round kinetic munition, I gotta say the Challenger 2E probably should have came shortly after something else, because I don't see a hard to kill system. I don't see anything that could differentiate this from the standard Challenger 2. So why the 2E model is sitting here confuses the literal crap out of me. Like, I'm not understanding, like I don't understand that. I honestly don't understand why the Challenger 2E model would be sitting here. If anything, I'd expect the E model to be sitting inside of an envelope with the Challenger Mark II. I guess it's sitting up here because it goes 50 miles an hour. I'm a little confused about that. 23.7 and 50 in drive, so I couldn't possibly understand that, but I'm looking at this 25.2 and 40 miles an hour roughly in drive with the Mark II. So yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Why is this one sitting way at top tier? Like, This one is almost like having the Mark II, and the Mark III features better equipment and ERA, so I think the 2E model should be bumped down back to 10.0 because like it could be enveloped with the Challenger 2, and if you wanted to get the 2E model, it could be popped out, with the Challenger Mark II. But I don't understand why this right here with no ERA options. You gotta be goddamn kidding me. What the hell is Gaijin thinking? What gave it, like what? I fail to realize what classifies this armored unit here besides the 564mm armor penetration round, the L27A1, but I mostly fail to see what classifies this vehicle to sit at this BR. At literally almost at 12.0, I fail to view what classifies that vehicle at that BR. I could understand it sitting like after the Mark III or something, but I don't understand. Is it because of the armor piercing fin stabilizer round that it's got? Is why it sits at that BR? That tank's entirely bald. Like there's nothing on it. Oh god, dude, I see why one of my freaking friends that used to play War Thunder said they hated it. They grinded all the way to 2E to essentially get a middle finger. That's literally what happened. You get all the way up to the 2E to get flipped off right at the end of the tech tree. Armor penetration means absolutely nothing if you got no protection. Yeah, I have no idea, but yeah, I mean, if you're looking for if you're looking for rank 7 premiums and stuff like that, if they do go on sale, go for it. If they go on sale for 50% off, I'd say go for it. It'll help you grind all the way to the top. So, back to that question, Victor. I mean, yeah. If it allows you to get what you want out of it, out of the game and stuff like that, I'd say go for it, dude, because it's just like bumpy, bro. It's like bumpy. I don't even understand why this is sitting at freaking 11.3. I understand it's got the infrared optic interference device that's on a T90, which prevents you from shooting missiles at it, but that doesn't really justify that it's a standardized T80U model. Granted, I give it, props for being able to survive basic crap, but it doesn't really change too much. I don't know if I'm going to play the game anymore, to be honest. I've been sitting here talking for like maybe an hour and a half. But yeah, I genuinely enjoy playing this game and stuff like that. If you guys want to ask more questions and stuff, feel free. I'll probably be talking for a little bit more and going on about it. I would love to play the game a little more, but I feel like I'm genuinely burned out on it. I might pop in The Legend of Zelda or something like that. Start playing some Wind Waker. So I might start a Wobbly Waker stream. So, But it's already like 1 in the morning in the United States. I'm pretty sure by the time I wake up, Victor, that you're probably going to be already on the way out going to sleep, bro. Thanks for dropping by, dude. And if you got any facts and stuff like that and cool things you'd like to share with me about the British tanks and the armor that they have, I'd like to hear your insight on what you know about British armor and stuff like that. When I was a kid, I just had a really colorful past, and I met a lot of amazing people. Along the way, you'll learn something, even if you are a troubled kid in this world. That's what I remember being told. Even though I'm a troubled kid, you meet a lot of people along the way, and those people open your eyes to a whole new world. And it really opens your eyes. I think I will play The Legend of Zelda: Wind Waker. I completely stopped my last stream with that game, right on Dragon Roost Island, so I'm still at the beginning of the entirety of the map and dungeon. But if you want to join me or hang out if you have an opportunity, it's Wobbly Rick. Entirely up to you, man. I won't force you. Because the truth is, my teamwork sometimes really sucks. Or I don't know where you're going. So, you know, that usually happens. As for, like, my setup and stuff, take care, Victor. Enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye, guys. Enjoy the rest of your night. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Take it easy, Victor. As for Discord, I still need to fix my small issue with Discord. Because my issue with Discord is, well, I'm locked out, so, yeah, that happened. I've been trying to gain access to it for like 2 months now, and like it sends me the reset code and everything, but when I put it in, it's not working. I've already contacted devs and whatever, and they told me to just make another account. But I honestly don't want to. But yeah, if you're on Discord or something like that, or if you see me in game, you know, say hello. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Love you guys. Y'all take care. Peace out. Have a good night, morning, or afternoon, whatever it is y'all doing.